Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the supernatural. Ghosts, spirits, omens. I chalked it all up to overactive imaginations and horror movies. That was until 6 years ago when something happened that I still can't explain to this day. I was 20 at the time, studying engineering at Portland State University and living in my parents' house to save money. My folks had gone on a weekend trip to visit my mom's family in Seattle, leaving me home alone with our golden retriever, Buddy. It was a typical gloomy October afternoon in Portland, the kind where the sky hangs low and the air feels heavy with moisture. I remember the date perfectly, October 12th. I had a morning class, but nothing in the afternoon, so I came home around 1 and decided to take a nap. I was exhausted from staying up late the previous night finishing a project. My bedroom was on the second floor of our house at the end of the hallway. It wasn't anything special, just a twin bed pushed against the wall, a desk cluttered with textbooks, and a small TV on my dresser. I flopped onto my bed without even taking off my shoes. Buddy was downstairs, probably sleeping on his favorite spot on the couch. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was exactly 1 o'clock before I closed my eyes. I don't know how long I was asleep before I felt the bed dip, like something heavy had jumped onto it. I opened my eyes, expecting to see Buddy, but there was nothing there. The weight was still present, though, like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. I remember rubbing my eyes, thinking I was just groggy and imagining things. Then I felt it, a cold sensation creeping up my spine. You know that feeling when you just know someone is standing behind you? It was like that, but intensified by 1,000. The hair on my arms stood up, and my whole body went rigid. I couldn't move. I couldn't even turn my head to look. The presence was so strong that I could almost feel breath on the back of my neck. I tried to call out for Buddy, but my voice caught in my throat. The room had dropped at least 10 degrees. I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. This was Portland in October, not the dead of winter. Our heating system was always reliable. This sudden cold made no sense. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably just seconds, I managed to turn around. There was nobody there. The space behind me was empty, but the cold spot remained. I scrambled off the bed, nearly falling in my panic, and ran to the door. As I reached for the handle, I heard a soft, barely audible whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I couldn't make out any words, just the sound of someone trying to communicate. I burst out of my room and stood in the hallway, heart pounding in my chest. Buddy came bounding up the stairs, wagging his tail like nothing was wrong. I cautiously went back into my bedroom with him, but the cold spot was gone. Everything seemed normal again. I tried to shake it off. I told myself I had been dreaming, or that it was just my imagination running wild after too many late nights. I went downstairs, made myself a sandwich, and tried to focus on some reading for class. But I couldn't concentrate. That feeling of a presence kept creeping back into my thoughts. Around 3 in the afternoon, my phone rang. It was my mom calling from my grandparents' house in Seattle. Her voice sounded strained, like she'd been crying. She told me that my great-aunt Margaret had passed away. Great-aunt Margaret lived in Scotland and was my mom's favorite aunt. She'd been sick for a while, but it still came as a shock. Then my mom said something that made my blood run cold. She passed at exactly 1 o'clock this afternoon, Marcus. 1 o'clock, the exact time I'd laid down for my nap and experienced that strange presence. I was about to share my weird experience when my mum continued, her Scottish accent growing thicker, as it always did when she was upset or talking about family matters. You know, something strange happened this morning before we left. I went to wake you up to say goodbye, and I saw something standing next to your bed. My heart practically stopped. What do you mean, Mum? What did you see? There was a long pause before she answered. In the old country, we call them wraiths, a sort of double of a person that appears as an omen of their death. I saw what looked like Aunt Margaret standing next to your bed while you slept. She was just watching you, looking pale and sad. I thought I was seeing things, so I didn't mention it, but now I couldn't speak. My mom has always been superstitious, something about her Scottish heritage, but she's not one to make up stories. And the timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. Marcus, are you still there? My mom asked when I didn't respond. Yeah, Mom, I'm here. I didn't tell her what had happened during my nap. She was already upset about her aunt, and I didn't want to freak her out more. I'm sorry about Great Aunt Margaret. After we hung up, I sat on the couch staring at nothing for what felt like hours. Buddy nudged my hand with his nose, sensing my distress. I absent-mindedly scratched behind his ears while trying to make sense of everything. I'd only met Great Aunt Margaret a handful of times when she visited from Scotland. She was a kind woman who always brought me shortbread cookies and told the best stories about growing up in the Highlands. She had this way of looking at you like she could see right through you, into your very soul. As a kid, it freaked me out a little, but as I got older, I found it comforting, like someone really saw me. The last time I'd seen her was about 2 years before, when she visited for Christmas. She'd taken me aside and given me an old pocket watch that had belonged to her husband. You remind me of him, she'd said, always thinking, always questioning. I'd kept the watch on my dresser, more as a memento than anything else. I rarely wound it up. On a whim, I went upstairs to look at the watch. As I entered my bedroom, the temperature dropped again. Not as dramatically as before, but enough that I noticed. The watch was sitting on my dresser where it always was. But something was different. It was ticking. I know for a fact I hadn't wound it up in months. I picked it up with trembling hands. The time on the watch was frozen at exactly 1 o'clock, though it was now past 4 in the afternoon. And it was still ticking, even though the hands weren't moving. Tick, 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 like a heartbeat that refused to stop. That's when I noticed a faint smell in the room. It was subtle but distinct, lavender and something else. It took me a moment to place it, but then I realized it was the perfume Great Aunt Margaret always wore. I remember asking her about it once, and she told me it was a special blend made by a small shop in Edinburgh. The smell grew stronger, concentrated near the window. I turned slowly, half expecting to see her standing there, but there was nothing, just the curtains moving slightly, though the window was closed and there was no draught. Great Aunt Margaret, I whispered, feeling both ridiculous and terrified. Is that you? No response came, at least not in words. But the pocket watch in my hand suddenly grew warm, almost hot. I nearly dropped it in surprise. When I looked down at it again, the hands had moved. They were now pointing to 4:17, the correct current time, and it had stopped ticking. I set the watch back on my dresser with shaking hands and backed out of the room. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night, with Buddy curled up beside me. I couldn't bring myself to go back into my bedroom. When my parents returned the next day, I tried to act normal. I helped them unpack, listened to my mum talk about the funeral arrangements. They would be flying to Scotland the following week, and kept my experience to myself. What would I even say? Hey, I think Great Aunt Margaret's ghost visited me at the moment of her death. They'd think I was losing it. But later that night, when I finally worked up the courage to sleep in my own room again, something else happened. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard the sound of the pocket watch ticking again. I sat up and looked at my dresser, but the watch was sitting silent and still. The ticking seemed to be coming from under my pillow. I lifted it up, and found a small, weathered envelope that I'm absolutely certain hadn't been there before. My name was written on it in elegant, old-fashioned handwriting. Inside was a card with just a few lines. Time is the fire in which we burn, but love is the water in which we are reborn. Remember me, but don't mourn too long. I am where I need to be. M. The handwriting matched the cards Great-Aunt Margaret used to send for my birthdays. I showed the note to my mom the next day, and she broke down crying. She confirmed it was indeed her aunt's handwriting, but couldn't explain how it got there. In the years since, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe my mum planted the note to comfort me. Maybe I was so stressed and tired that I hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe it was all just a series of strange coincidences, but deep down, I know what I experienced. I felt a presence in my room that day. I felt Great-Aunt Margaret saying goodbye in the only way she could. The pocket watch has never ticked again, though I keep it wound up now. Sometimes, usually around the anniversary of her death, I catch a faint whiff of lavender in my room, even though I don't own anything with that scent. I don't tell many people about this. It sounds crazy, I know, but it changed me. I went from being a complete skeptic to someone who believes there are things in this world we simply can't explain. I don't know if what visited me that day was a ghost, a wraith, or something else entirely. I just know that for a brief moment, the barrier between life and death thinned, and Great-Aunt Margaret reached across it to say goodbye. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night with that same feeling of someone watching over me. But now, instead of fear, I feel a strange comfort. Maybe some connections really do transcend death. Or maybe I'm just trying to make sense of something that defies explanation. All I know for sure is that on that October afternoon 6 years ago, I wasn't alone in my room, and part of me hopes I never truly am. Story 2. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 6 years now, trying to convince myself there's a rational explanation. But after what happened that winter in Chamonix, I'm not sure I'll ever feel completely safe in my own bed again. Winter of 2017 was a turning point for me. I'd been out of university for about 8 months and was feeling completely lost. My friends had all moved on to proper jobs or master's degrees, while I was still working the same coffee shop job I'd had during my studies. Nothing felt right, and I was suffocating under the pressure of figuring out my life. When my friend Elise mentioned she was heading to Chamonix for the winter season to work as a chalet host, something just clicked. I'd always loved snowboarding, and the idea of spending a winter in the French Alps sounded like exactly what I needed to clear my head. Within 3 weeks, I'd quit my job, packed up my flat, and landed a position with the same chalet company as Elise. They set us up in a shared apartment at the base of Mont Brevant with 3 other seasonal workers, Charlotte, Mark, and Sophie. The apartment wasn't anything special, just a basic 2-bedroom place with a tiny kitchen and living area, but the view of Mont Blanc from our window was absolutely breathtaking. The first time I saw that mountain looming over the town, I felt this strange mix of awe and unease. It was beautiful, but there was something intimidating about it, like it was watching us. The job itself was pretty straightforward. I'd clean chalets, prepare breakfast for guests, and then have the afternoons free to snowboard. It was physically demanding work, but after a couple of weeks I fell into a routine. The only problem was Elise. We'd planned to room together, but she'd met a French ski instructor named Jean during training week, and by the time December rolled around, she was practically living at his place. I didn't mind at first. Having the room to myself was nice, but as winter set in and the days got shorter, the emptiness of the apartment started to get to me. That's when the sleep stuff started happening. I've never been a sleepwalker or anything like that, but one night in mid-December, I had this incredibly vivid dream. I was floating above my bed, looking down at myself sleeping. It wasn't like a normal dream where things are blurry or disconnected. Everything was crystal clear. I could see the exact pattern of my duvet, the way my hair was spread across the pillow, even the small crack in the ceiling above my bed. The strangest part was that I couldn't control where I floated. It was like something was guiding me around the room, showing me things. When I woke up the next morning, I felt exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. I mentioned it to Sophie while we were making coffee before work, and she laughed and called it an out-of-body experience. I brushed it off, thinking it was just stress or altitude or something. But it happened again 3 nights later, and this time something was different. I was floating around my room again, but this time I noticed a shadow in the corner, a dark, human-shaped silhouette that seemed to be watching me sleep. Even though I was dreaming, I felt this immediate sense of dread, like ice water running through my veins. I tried to scream to wake myself up, but I couldn't. Then I noticed that my sleeping body's legs were raised in a weird position, bent at the knees and suspended about a foot above the bed. It looked so unnatural, like someone was holding them up. When I finally woke up, sweating and gasping for breath, my legs were actually in that exact position. I dropped them immediately, my heart racing. There was no way I could have held them like that while sleeping. It would have required too much muscle tension. I lay there until sunrise, afraid to move, afraid to close my eyes again. I didn't tell anyone about that part. How could I? Hey, guys. I think something invisible is playing with my body while I sleep. Sounds completely insane. So I just avoided sleeping as much as possible. I'd stay up watching movies on my laptop until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore, hoping I'd be too exhausted to dream. Then came January 18th. I'll never forget that date. It was a Thursday, and we'd had a massive snowfall the night before. The resort was buzzing with excitement about the fresh powder, but I was dragging myself through work, running on maybe 3 hours of sleep. By the time I finished my afternoon shift, I was too tired to even think about snowboarding. I just wanted to go home and crash. When I got back to the apartment, it was empty. Mark and Sophie were working evening shifts. Elise was with Jean as usual, and Charlotte had texted to say she was grabbing drinks with some friends from another chalet company. I should have been relieved to have the place to myself, but instead I felt uneasy. The apartment seemed colder than usual, and not just because of the temperature. There was a heaviness to the air that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I tried to shake it off. I made myself some pasta, watched an episode of Friends, and finally decided to take advantage of having the bathroom to myself by having a long, hot shower. When I stepped out, the mirror was completely fogged up, except for a single clear patch in the center. It looked like someone had wiped their hand across it, but I hadn't touched it. I quickly wiped the rest of the mirror clean, telling myself it was just condensation being weird. By 9 p.m., I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. I crawled into bed, pulling my duvet up to my chin, and fell asleep almost instantly. And then the dream came again, only this time it was worse. I was floating above my bed as usual, but the shadow in the corner was more defined now. It was definitely human-shaped, but there was something off about its proportions. Its arms were too long, and its head seemed slightly misshapen. It wasn't doing anything, just watching, but I could feel its attention on me like a physical weight. Then I heard the front door open. In my floating state, I couldn't turn to look, but I heard footsteps coming down the hallway. They paused outside my room, and then my door creaked open. It was Charlotte. She'd come home early. I tried to call out to her, to warn her, but I couldn't make a sound. I watched helplessly as she glanced at my sleeping form, then quietly closed the door and headed to her own room across the hall. The shadow in the corner seemed to vibrate with excitement, and then, to my horror, it glided out of my room after Charlotte. I woke up with a jolt, my heart pounding. The digital clock on my nightstand read 11:23 p.m. I lay there for a moment, trying to convince myself it was just a nightmare. Then I heard Charlotte scream. I jumped out of bed and rushed across the hall without even thinking. I threw open her door to find her sitting upright, her bedside lamp on, her eyes wide with terror. There was someone here. she gasped when she saw me. A woman. She was standing right there. She pointed to the foot of her bed. I don't see anyone, I said, looking around the room. And I didn't. The room was empty except for the two of us. She was here, Charlotte insisted. She was shaking so badly that her teeth were chattering. I woke up because I heard this buzzing sound, like an electric razor or something. And when I opened my eyes, she was just standing there, staring at me. What did she look like? I asked, even though I was terrified of the answer. That's the thing, Charlotte said, pulling her knees to her chest. She looked normal, like middle-aged, wearing old-fashioned clothes, kind of like hiking gear from the 70s or 80s. But her face, she was smiling at me, but not in a nice way. It was like she was mocking me. I sat down beside her, trying to stay calm. Maybe it was just a dream. Charlotte shook her head vehemently. It wasn't, because when I turned on the light, she vanished. But then, she trailed off, looking down at her bed. Then what? I prompted. Then my blanket started moving. Her voice dropped to a whisper. It was like someone was pulling it off me, but there was no one there. I grabbed it and tried to hold on, but it kept being yanked away, and I could hear her laughing, this horrible mocking laugh. It happened 3 times before you came in. As if on cue, the duvet between us suddenly pulled taut, sliding a few inches toward the foot of the bed. Charlotte let out a strangled cry and grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. Did you see that? She gasped. I did see it. There was no way to explain it. The duvet had moved on its own, with enough force that I could tell it wasn't just sliding. We need to get out of here, I said, pulling her up. Right now. We spent the rest of the night in the common area of the apartment building, huddled together on an uncomfortable sofa, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. Neither of us wanted to go back to our apartment, but we had nowhere else to go. Elise was at Jean's, and we didn't know our other co-workers well enough to show up at their doors in the middle of the night claiming ghost attacks. When morning finally came, Charlotte told me something that made everything even more terrifying. She admitted she'd always been sensitive to this kind of thing. When she was a kid, her family had moved into an old converted nunnery, and she'd started having nightmares about a little boy who was hiding in the house. She'd told her parents about the dreams, but they'd dismissed them as a child's imagination. Then, during renovations when she was 11, workers had found human remains behind a bricked-up section of the basement wall. They were the bones of a young boy, estimated to be from the early 1900s, when the building was still a nunnery. Further investigation revealed records of abuse at the institution, with several children who had been sent away for misbehavior actually going missing. After that, my parents believed me, Charlotte said quietly, and I learned to try to block it out. But sometimes, things still find me. We went to our landlord that morning, making up a story about a leak in Charlotte's room to explain why we needed to be moved. He seemed confused, but said there had never been any reports of strange occurrences from previous tenants. He reluctantly offered us another apartment in the same building, but on the opposite side, facing away from the mountain. As we packed our things, I kept thinking about what Charlotte had said, about things finding her. I'd been experiencing the weird dreams before she'd had her encounter, but they'd been getting progressively worse. What if whatever was in our apartment had initially been drawn to me, but found Charlotte to be a more responsive target? I shared this theory with her as we moved our stuff, and she considered it thoughtfully. Maybe, she said, but what would be haunting an apartment in Chamonix? This building isn't even that old. That's when I remembered something our chalet manager had mentioned during orientation. Chamonix has a special cemetery just for mountain explorers who died on Mont Blanc and the surrounding peaks. Some of the bodies were never recovered, buried under avalanches or lost in crevasses. What if it's not the apartment that's haunted? I said slowly. What if it's someone who died on the mountain? Our window faced Mont Blanc directly. Charlotte went pale. The woman I saw was wearing hiking clothes. We looked up the cemetery later that day. It was less than 10 minutes from our apartment. According to local history, many of the climbers who died on Mont Blanc were English explorers from the 19th and 20th centuries. One article specifically mentioned a female British climber who disappeared in 1983 during a solo expedition. Her body was never found, but her backpack was recovered near a crevasse. The article included a photo of her from a previous climb, smiling confidently at the camera. It was the exact outfit Charlotte had described, right down to the red-striped hiking jacket. We moved to the new apartment that same day. The layout was identical to our old one, but it felt different, lighter somehow. The window in my new room faced the town instead of the mountain, which meant no breathtaking views of Mont Blanc. But I was more than okay with that. I didn't want that mountain watching me anymore. The strange dreams stopped immediately. Charlotte reported no further incidents either. We finished out the season without telling the others what had happened, though Elise did comment that we both seemed jumpy whenever we were in the original apartment helping her pack up her things. I left Chamonix in April when the season ended, and while I've snowboarded at other resorts since then, I've never gone back to that town. Charlotte and I still keep in touch, but we rarely talk about what happened. It's like if we don't discuss it, we can pretend it was just a strange shared delusion brought on by altitude and exhaustion. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I feel that familiar sensation of starting to float, of looking down at myself from above. And in those moments, I always check the corners of my room, terrified I'll see that shadow again, waiting patiently to pick up where it left off. Because the thing that scares me most isn't what happened in Chamonix. It's the possibility that whatever was there didn't stay behind when I left. That maybe, just maybe, it found something in me that it liked, something it could use, and decided to follow me home. Story 3. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or paranormal stuff. I was always the skeptic among my friends, the one who'd roll my eyes when someone claimed their house was haunted or they'd seen something they couldn't explain. That changed after what happened to me, first in Lincoln and then years later in China. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. It started during my second year at university in Lincoln. I was living in a shared house with 4 other students on the west side of the city, not far from campus. My room was simple, just a double bed, desk, wardrobe, and a small TV stand where I kept my Nintendo DS. Nothing special about it. Modern building, nothing historical or creepy. One night in November, I was up late playing Pokemon Diamond. My housemates had all gone to bed hours before, but I was determined to finish the Elite Four. It must have been around 3 in the morning. The house was completely silent except for the faint music coming from my DS, which I had turned down low so I wouldn't disturb anyone. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, back against the wall, totally focused on the game when something caught my eye. There was movement at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me after staring at the screen for too long. But when I looked up properly, my blood ran cold. There was a woman standing there, just standing, completely still. She was dressed entirely in black, a long black dress that reached the floor, making it look like she was floating. Her face was pale, almost grey, and her eyes... I'll never forget her eyes. They were fixed on me, unblinking. Her hair was long and black, hanging limply around her face. For a few seconds, I couldn't move. I just stared at her, and she stared back. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but how would they have gotten past my locked door? And why would they just stand there? My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I reached for the lamp switch beside my bed, thinking like an idiot that if I turned on the light, she would disappear, like shadows do. But when the light came on, she was still there, still staring, still not moving. That's when real panic set in. I shouted something, I don't even remember what, and practically leaped off my bed, backing toward the door, never taking my eyes off her. She didn't move or react, just kept staring with those empty eyes. I fumbled with the door handle behind me, finally got it open and bolted down the hallway to the living room where two of my housemates were still up watching a late movie. I burst in, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost, which, well, maybe I had. "There's someone in my room!" I gasped, trying to catch my breath. My housemates, Tom and Liam, looked at me like I was mental, but they could see I was genuinely terrified, so they grabbed kitchen knives. Looking back, that was probably an overreaction, and followed me back to my room. Of course, when we got there, the woman was gone. My room looked exactly as it had been. Pokémon still running on my DS, bed slightly rumpled where I'd been sitting. Nothing out of place. "I swear there was someone here," I insisted, checking under the bed in the wardrobe, even though I knew she couldn't have hidden anywhere. My room was too small, too open. Tom and Liam searched every corner, but there was nothing. No sign anyone had been there. "Maybe you fell asleep playing your game," Liam suggested. "Had a bad dream?" "I wasn't sleeping," I said. But even then I was starting to doubt myself. Had I dozed off without realizing? Had it been some kind of waking nightmare? For the rest of the year, I was known as the guy who saw a ghost. My housemates never let me live it down. They'd make jokes about the woman in black and pretend to see things in my room. It became a running joke in our house. But I knew what I saw, and I never saw her again. Not in Lincoln, anyway. Fast forward 4 years. I'd graduated and taken a teaching job in Nanchang, China. It was a complete change of scenery, and I was loving it. The culture, the food, the experience of living somewhere so different from the UK. I had my own apartment in a high-rise building on the outskirts of the city. It was nothing fancy, but it was my own space. About 6 months into my stay, I was walking through the local pet market. It was a bustling place, full of cages with all sorts of animals. Some I recognized, others I didn't. I hadn't planned on getting a pet, but there was this small, vibrant green bird that caught my attention. The vendor told me it was a local species, though looking back, I'm not sure if that was true or just something he said to make the sale. I don't know why I bought him. I'd never had a bird before, didn't know the first thing about taking care of one. But something about this particular bird drew me in. He was lively, hopping around his cage, cocking his head at me curiously. I named him Brian Meir, a completely random name that popped into my head. My Chinese colleagues thought it was hilarious that I'd given a bird such a formal-sounding name. At first, everything was normal. Brian Meir was a good companion. I'd talk to him when I got home from work, and he'd chirp back. He wasn't a species known for mimicking speech, just your average small green bird, but I enjoyed his company in an otherwise quiet apartment. Winter came, and the city got cold and foggy. That's when things started to get weird. The first incident happened about 3 months after I got Brian. I was grading papers at my desk one evening when I heard a laugh. Not a bird sound, a human laugh. It started high-pitched, almost childlike, then dropped lower, becoming more adult, more sinister. It was coming from Brian's cage. I looked over, and Brian was just sitting there, head tilted, looking at me. The laugh came again, that same unnerving transition from high to low. "Brian?" I said, feeling stupid for talking to a bird like he'd answer, but the laugh stopped. I told myself it must be some weird bird sound I hadn't heard before. Maybe he was picking it up from TV shows I watched, or from neighbors through the walls. I tried to shake it off and went back to my grading, but it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always when I was alone, always that same laugh that made the hair on my arms stand up. Then came the tap incident. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard pounding on my front door. It was so aggressive I thought something terrible must be happening. I jumped out of bed and opened the door to find the maintenance man from our building, looking irritated and speaking rapid Mandarin that I couldn't fully follow. He gestured for me to come with him, and I followed him to my balcony. Water was pouring down to the apartment below. The tap for the washing machine on my balcony was turned on full blast, water spraying everywhere. I apologized profusely, turned it off, and tried to explain that I never use that tap. I don't even have a washing machine. I wash my clothes by hand in the bathroom sink. The man clearly didn't believe me, thinking I was just a careless foreigner. As he left, still muttering under his breath, I heard it again. That laugh from Brian's cage, high to low, almost mocking me. I checked the tap again. It was the kind you have to really twist to turn on. There was no way it could have turned itself on, and I knew I hadn't touched it in months. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the winter air. Things escalated from there. A Dutch teacher from my school, Willem, came over for drinks one evening. We were sitting in my living room, chatting about work, when the stereo suddenly turned on. Not just on, the volume knob physically rotated by itself, right in front of us. The music blared so loud we both jumped. Willem stared at the stereo, then at me. "Did you see that?" he asked, his face pale. I nodded, unable to speak. We both watched as the knob turned itself down again. And from Brian's cage came that laugh. Willem left shortly after, making some excuse about having papers to grade. He never came to my apartment again. The worst incident happened when I brought a girl home. Her name was May, a Chinese teacher from a neighboring school. We'd been out for dinner and drinks, and things were going well. When we got back to my apartment, I made sure to put a cover over Brian's cage, something I'd started doing when I wasn't directly interacting with him. I didn't want him to freak her out with that laugh. We went to my bedroom. I won't go into details, but things were progressing naturally when we heard a bang on the bedroom door. Not a knock, a bang, like someone hitting it with their fist. We both froze. May asked if I had a roommate. I told her I lived alone. The bang came again, louder this time. I got up, put on some clothes, and cautiously opened the door. There was no one there, just the dark hallway leading to my living room. I checked the entire apartment, even though I knew it was just us. Front door still locked, windows closed. When I got to Brian's cage, my heart nearly stopped. The cover was off, and Brian was sitting on his perch, perfectly still, staring at me. Not moving, not making a sound, just staring. I looked back at the bedroom, where May was hastily getting dressed. She was spooked, and honestly, so was I. She left quickly after that, ignoring my apologies and explanations that I didn't know what had happened. We never saw each other again. The final night was the worst. I'd decided to give Brian away. A Chinese colleague had agreed to take him, and I was planning to bring him over the next day. I couldn't explain my fears without sounding crazy, so I just said my schedule was too busy for a pet. That night, I was awoken by the laugh again, but this time it was right next to my ear. I sat bolt upright in bed and turned on the lamp. There was a woman standing at the foot of my bed. Not the same woman from Lincoln. This one was Asian, with short hair, wearing modern clothes. But she had the same terrified expression, as if she was seeing something horrific. Our eyes met for just a second before she vanished, literally vanished into thin air. My heart racing, I looked over at Brian's cage on the dresser. The door was open, and the cage was empty. I frantically scanned the room and found Brian sitting on my lamp, his small eyes gleaming in the light. That unnerving stare fixed on me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, waiting for morning, jumping at every sound. When I took Brian to my colleague's apartment the next day, just as I was handing over the cage, I swear I heard a voice in my head, not my voice, not anyone's voice I recognized, saying clearly, "I miss you." I almost dropped the cage. My colleague asked if I was okay. I nodded, handed over Brian, and left as quickly as I could. 2 weeks later, my colleague messaged me to say Brian had escaped. He'd left the cage open while cleaning it, and the bird had flown out an open window. He apologized profusely, but honestly, I was relieved. I never saw Brian again. The strange occurrences in my apartment stopped immediately after he was gone. I stayed in China for another year before returning to the UK, and nothing paranormal happened again. Sometimes I wonder about the connection between the woman in black in Lincoln and what happened with Brian in China. Was it the same entity following me? Was Brian somehow possessed? Or were they completely separate supernatural events that I just happened to experience? I don't know. I can't explain it. All I know is what I experienced, and no matter how much time passes, I can't shake the memory of that laugh, that stare, and those words in my head. I miss you. I still don't keep pets. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I find myself checking the foot of my bed just in case. Story 4. I've been sitting on this story for years, but it's time I got it off my chest. My husband Derek thinks I should share this because maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened in November 2017. Derek and I had only been dating for about 4 months at that point. We were in that honeymoon phase where you want to spend every waking moment together. We both had some vacation days saved up, so we decided to take our first weekend trip together. We planned a getaway to Chattanooga, Tennessee, about a 5-hour drive from our apartment in southern Illinois. I was super excited about the trip. I'd never been to Chattanooga before, and I'd heard it was beautiful. We left early Friday morning and checked into this cute little Airbnb downtown. The weather was perfect, cool but not cold, with the trees showing off their fall colors. That first day, we explored the Tennessee Aquarium and walked across the Walnut Street Bridge. Everything was going great. On Saturday, we visited Ruby Falls. If you've never been there, it's this underground waterfall inside a cave. The tour was amazing, and I didn't feel anything weird there at all. Afterward, we decided to check out Rock City, which is this famous attraction with these massive rock formations and gardens. Rock City was gorgeous. We walked through the trails, saw the 7 states view, and crossed the swing-along bridge. I was having the time of my life. Then we got to this part called Fairyland Caverns. It's basically this cave-like area with these glowing dioramas of fairy tales and gnomes. Sounds harmless, right? The minute, and I mean the exact second, we stepped into that cave, something changed. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on my chest. It got harder to breathe. At first I thought maybe I was having some kind of panic attack, but I've never had one before. This felt different, wrong. As we moved deeper into the cavern, following this narrow path with other tourists, I started feeling like something was watching us. Not just watching, staring with absolute hatred. I can't explain how I knew this, but I could feel rage directed at me. It was like walking through a cloud of pure anger. I grabbed Derek's arm so hard he probably had bruises. "We need to leave," I whispered. "Now!" Derek looked at me confused. "What's wrong?" I couldn't explain it then. All I knew was that we needed to get out. "Please," I begged. "There's something evil in here. It's angry. It doesn't want us here." To Derek's credit, even though he didn't feel anything, he didn't question me. He just took my hand and led me back toward the entrance. The whole time, I felt like something was following us, staying just behind us in the darkness. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was terrified of what I might see. Once we were outside in the sunlight, I felt better immediately. The oppressive feeling lifted, and I could breathe again. Derek asked me what happened, and I tried to explain. But how do you describe a feeling like that? I just told him there was something bad in there, something that didn't want us there. He seemed concerned but didn't push it. We spent the rest of the day doing other touristy stuff, and I managed to convince myself I was just being silly. Maybe it was the lighting or the enclosed space or something I ate. By dinner, I was laughing about it, calling myself a scaredy cat. We left Chattanooga Sunday morning and drove the 5 hours back home. We were exhausted by the time we got back to our apartment around 1 in the morning. We didn't even unpack, just brushed our teeth, changed, and collapsed into bed. I remember being so tired that I fell asleep almost instantly. Then, around 2 in the morning, it happened. I woke up suddenly, completely alert, like someone had dumped ice water over me. The room was pitch black, but I knew immediately something was wrong. The air felt thick again, just like in the cavern. For a second, I couldn't move. I was frozen, my heart racing so fast I thought it might explode. Then I felt it, something cold and sharp touching my ankle. It was under the bed, and it was touching me. I felt 3 distinct points of contact, like claws or talons. They dug in slightly, not enough to break the skin, but enough that I could feel the sharpness. Then they started to slide up my leg, slowly, deliberately. I've never experienced terror like that. Pure, primal fear took over. I screamed, not a movie scream, but this raw animal sound I didn't know I could make. I launched myself out of bed in one motion. I don't even remember doing it. 1 second I was lying there paralyzed. The next, I was running for the bedroom door. I almost made it 2. I was reaching for the doorknob when Derek caught me. He grabbed me from behind, wrapping his arms around me, saying something I couldn't understand through the panic. I fought him at first, thinking it was the thing from under the bed, but then his voice broke through. "Melissa! Melissa, it's me! What's wrong?" I was sobbing, trembling so hard my teeth chattered. "There's something under the bed," I managed to say between gasps. "It grabbed me. It followed us home." Derek turned on the lights and checked under the bed. Of course, there was nothing there. No monster, no clawed hand, nothing. But I knew what I felt. I knew something had touched me. Derek was pale, shaking a bit himself, which struck me as odd, since he hadn't seen anything. He suggested we go to his parents' house for the night. They only lived about 20 minutes away. I didn't argue. There was no way I was staying in that apartment. We threw some clothes in a bag and left. I remember standing in the parking lot while Derek locked the door, and I swear I could feel eyes watching us from our bedroom window, even though the lights were off and the curtains were drawn. Derek's parents were confused but welcoming when we showed up at their doorstep at nearly 3 in the morning. His mum made up the guest room for us, and his dad, who's pretty religious, sat with us in the kitchen while I cried and tried to explain what happened. When I finished telling them about the thing under the bed, Derek's dad got this serious look on his face. He said he believed me, that there are evil spirits in this world that can attach themselves to people. He thought whatever was in that cavern had followed us home. He said a prayer over us before we went to bed in their guest room. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just lay there, watching the shadows, jumping at every creak in the old house. Derek held me close, but he seemed distant, lost in his own thoughts. The next morning, Derek's dad came in and blessed our overnight bag before we left. He gave us some holy water and told us to sprinkle it around our apartment, especially under the bed. We did exactly that when we got home, and Derek's dad came over later that day to say more prayers in our bedroom. For weeks afterward, I slept with the lights on. I couldn't look under the bed. I couldn't even let my feet dangle over the edge. Derek was supportive but quiet about the whole thing. He never questioned what I experienced, but he also never shared what he was thinking. It wasn't until 2 years later, after we were married, that Derek finally told me his side of the story. We were talking about paranormal experiences one night, and he got very serious. He admitted that on that same night he had woken up right before I screamed. He said he had this overwhelming sense of dread, the exact same feeling he'd seen in my eyes at Rock City, and then he told me something that made my blood run cold. He said that in his mind's eye, he had seen a skinny, charred black arm with 3 razor-sharp clawed fingers reaching out from under our bed toward me. He saw it clearly, like a vision, at the exact moment I screamed. He'd kept it to himself all that time because he thought it might have been his imagination, influenced by my fear at Rock City. When he told me that, I broke down. For 2 years, I had questioned myself. wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. Hearing that Derek had seen the same three-fingered entity, the same thing I had felt grab my ankle, was both validating and terrifying. How could we both experience the same thing independently? Derek's dad believes it was a demon, something that mocked the Holy Trinity with its 3 fingers. I don't know what it was, but I know it was real, and it was evil. Whatever followed us home from Rock City wanted to hurt us, or at least scare us badly enough that we'd never forget it. We moved out of that apartment 6 months later, not just because of what happened, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a factor. We've never experienced anything like that again, thankfully. But to this day, I can't sleep with any part of my body hanging off the bed. And I still get this crawling sensation up my leg sometimes, usually right as I'm falling asleep. We went back to Chattanooga a few years ago, but we skipped Rock City. Some places, I think, are better left unexplored. Some things are better left undisturbed. Whatever was in that cavern that day saw us, chose us for some reason. It followed us home and made sure we would never forget it. The weirdest part? In a way, that experience brought Derek and me closer together. When he finally told me what he saw that night, it confirmed that we had shared something supernatural, something most couples never experience. It strengthened the bond between us, knowing that we had faced this unknowable terror together and survived. But I still check under the bed every night, and sometimes when I'm home alone and the house gets too quiet, I swear I can feel something watching me with that same hatred I felt in Rock City, waiting. I don't know what it's waiting for, and I hope I never find out. Story 5. It's been 2 years since it happened, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've tried explaining it to friends, even my therapist, but nobody really gets it unless they were there. I'm not usually one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened that Christmas at my grandmother's house changed everything for me. My great-grandfather, Abuelo Miguel, had passed away about 3 months before Christmas. He was 97 years old and had lived an incredible life. Born in a small village in Mexico, he'd come to America with barely anything to his name and built a successful landscaping business from scratch. Everyone in the family respected him, even revered him in a way. Everyone except my uncle Roberto. This was our first Christmas without Abuelo Miguel, and my grandmother insisted we still hold our traditional family gathering at her house. It's what he would have wanted, she kept telling everyone over the phone. I remember helping her decorate the house the day before everyone arrived. We hung the same ornaments that had been in the family for decades, set up the nativity scene Abuelo had carved himself, and made sure his shelf in the living room was perfect. That shelf. I can see it vividly even now. It was the middle shelf of my grandmother's huge oak bookcase that took up almost an entire wall in her living room. After Abuelo Miguel died, she had turned that middle shelf into a kind of memorial for him. There was a framed photo of him from his 80th birthday, his reading glasses folded neatly beside it, the pocket watch he always carried, a small wooden box containing his wedding ring and a few other personal items. My grandmother had even placed a small vase with fresh poinsettias on the shelf for Christmas. December 23rd was when everyone arrived. My parents, my 2 sisters and their husbands, my cousins, and of course Uncle Roberto and his wife Claudia. Roberto was my grandmother's youngest son, and he'd always been the problem child of the family. He drank too much, talked too loud, and had this habit of saying exactly the wrong thing at exactly the wrong time. Christmas Eve started out perfectly normal. The house was filled with the smell of tamales and pozole cooking in the kitchen. The kids were playing with new toys they'd been allowed to open early. The adults were catching up, drinking punch and eggnog, and reminiscing about past Christmases. I was helping my grandmother in the kitchen when I heard Roberto's voice getting louder in the living room. He'd started drinking early, as usual. At first, I didn't think much of it. Roberto was always loud after a few drinks. But then I heard Abuelo Miguel's name, and something about the way he said it made me uncomfortable. I walked into the living room just as Roberto was launching into a story about how Abuelo Miguel had once fallen asleep at the dinner table during a family gathering. A few people were chuckling uncomfortably, but most were just shifting in their seats, clearly uneasy. "Roberto," my father said quietly, "maybe we should talk about something else." But Roberto just waved him off. "Oh, come on, it's just stories. It's not like the old man can hear us anyway." My grandmother had followed me into the living room, and I saw her face tighten at Roberto's words. She didn't say anything, though, just moved to adjust one of the Christmas stockings hanging from the mantel. The room felt tense, but dinner was almost ready, so we all started moving toward the dining room. That's when Roberto, beer in hand, stopped in front of the bookcase and stared at Abuelo's shelf. He snorted and took another swig of his beer. "Look at this," he said, gesturing to the shelf with his bottle. "A shrine to Saint Miguel." His tone was mocking, and I felt my stomach clench. My cousin Elena, who had been particularly close to our great-grandfather, spoke up. "Uncle Roberto, please don't. It's Christmas." Roberto turned to her, swaying slightly. "What? I can't talk about the old man now that he's gone? We're supposed to pretend he was perfect? Please." "No one's saying that," my father interjected. "But maybe tonight isn't the time for criticism." Roberto laughed, a harsh sound that didn't belong among the Christmas decorations and family photos. "Criticism? I'm just telling the truth. The old man wasn't a saint. Remember how he used to lecture everyone about hard work while he sat in his chair all day? Or how he'd complain about everything being too expensive, then pull out a wad of cash bigger than my fist?" The room had gone completely silent. Even the children had stopped playing, sensing the tension in the air. My grandmother stood by the dining room door, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Roberto seemed to take the silence as encouragement. He turned back to the shelf, pointing at the photo of Abuelo Miguel. "Look at him there, all dignified in his fancy suit. You all remember what he was like at the end, right? Couldn't even chew his own food. He made an exaggerated chewing motion with his mouth, his teeth clacking together grotesquely. All that gumming and slurping, it was disgusting. Remember Thanksgiving last year? Gravy all down his chin like a damn baby." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My sister gasped. My father stood up, his face red with anger. "That's enough, Roberto!" But the damage was done. The words had barely left Roberto's mouth when it happened. It was so sudden that at first I didn't understand what I was seeing. The items on Abuelo's shelf, the framed photo, the glasses, the pocket watch, the wooden box, even the vase with the poinsettias, suddenly flew off the shelf as if they'd been violently swept by an invisible arm. They didn't just fall. They launched across the room in Roberto's direction. The photo frame hit the wall behind him with a loud crack, glass shattering. The pocket watch whizzed past his ear so close I swear it must have grazed him. The wooden box hit him square in the chest. The vase smashed against the floor, water and red petals exploding at his feet. What makes this so impossible to explain is that only the items from Abuelo's shelf moved. Nothing else on the bookcase was disturbed. Not a single book from the shelves above or below, not the decorative plates on the top shelf. Nothing. Just Abuelo's things. Everyone froze. For a moment, the only sound was the Christmas music still playing softly from the speakers in the kitchen, and the tinkling of the last pieces of glass settling on the hardwood floor. Roberto stood there, the wooden box at his feet, his face drained of all color. His beer bottle slipped from his fingers and thudded on the carpet. He didn't even seem to notice. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his voice shaking. "Did you see that? Did you all see that?" No one answered. What could we say? There was no explanation. No one had been near the bookcase. The windows were closed against the December cold. There hadn't been an earthquake or a truck passing by to shake the house. My little nephew broke the silence, his voice small and serious. "Great-grandpa is mad at you, Tio Roberto." Roberto's eyes darted around the room, as if expecting to see Abuelo Miguel's ghost standing in a corner. Then, without another word, he stumbled past everyone and out of the room. I heard the front door slam a moment later. My grandmother was the first to move. She walked slowly to the mess on the floor and knelt down, carefully picking up the pocket watch that had somehow remained intact. Her hands were steady as she gathered the scattered items, but I could see tears in her eyes. "Mama, are you okay?" my father asked, moving to help her. She nodded, looking down at the watch in her palm. "Miguel never did like people talking with their mouths full," she said softly, and something about the simple way she said it sent chills down my spine. We cleaned up the mess in silence. Roberto's wife, Claudia, apologized profusely, explaining that he'd been under a lot of stress at work, that he didn't mean what he said. She left soon after to find him. The rest of us tried to salvage the evening. We ate dinner, but the conversation was subdued. The children opened presents at midnight, as is our tradition, but the usual excitement was dampened. Everyone went to bed early. The next morning, Christmas Day, Roberto and Claudia didn't come back for breakfast or gift exchange. No one mentioned what had happened, but it hung in the air like a heavy cloud. My grandmother replaced the items on the shelf. The photo in a new frame, the undamaged pocket watch, the wooden box that hadn't even scratched when it hit Roberto. The only thing missing was the vase of poinsettias, which had been completely destroyed. As we were leaving that afternoon, my grandmother pulled me aside and pressed something into my hand. It was Abuelo Miguel's pocket watch. "He would want you to have this," she said quietly. "You were always good at listening to his stories." I still have the watch. It sits on my bedside table, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear it ticking, even though it hasn't worked in decades. Roberto never talked about what happened. He's been to family gatherings since then, but he's different, quieter, more respectful, especially around any mention of Abuelo Miguel. He never goes near that bookcase. We've never fully discussed what we all witnessed that night. What would we even say? How do you rationalize something like that? I've tried coming up with logical explanations. Maybe the shelf was unstable. Maybe someone bumped the bookcase without realizing it. Maybe there was some weird air current from the heating vent. But deep down, I know what happened. We all do. Abuelo Miguel, who had built his life on respect and dignity, who had endured the indignities of old age with grace, had reached out from whatever comes after this life to deliver one final lesson to his grandson. Sometimes when I visit my grandmother, I notice her talking to that shelf when she thinks no one is listening, not in a crazy way, just little updates about the family like she's keeping him informed. And I swear, the air in that room feels different, warmer somehow, like someone is listening. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call it. I just know what I saw that Christmas Eve, what we all saw, and I know that when I die, I hope to have loved ones who defend my memory as fiercely as Abuelo Miguel defended his. Story 6. I've never shared this with anyone except close family, but I need to get this off my chest. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened in my childhood home in Edinburgh. Even typing this makes my hands shake. I was just 4 years old when it all started. My dad had just come back from his military service overseas. I remember being excited at first, but things changed quickly. He wasn't the same man who'd left. He started drinking heavily, and our home atmosphere changed from warm and loving to tense and unpredictable. It was early autumn, I think. The days were getting shorter, and Edinburgh was taking on that gloomy feel it gets when winter approaches. I remember the radiators clicking as they heated up, and the smell of my mum's cooking from the kitchen. I was playing with my toy cars in the hallway when I saw it for the first time. The dog. It was massive, like a Doberman, but bigger than any I'd seen before. Its fur was pitch black, not just dark, but a black that seemed to absorb the light around it. It stood at the end of the hallway, completely still, staring at me with eyes that looked wrong somehow. Not like a normal dog's eyes. They were too aware, too focused. I wasn't afraid at first. I just thought it was a neighbor's dog that had wandered in somehow. I called out, "Mum, there's a dog!" My mother came rushing from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. "What dog, Liam?" she asked, looking down the hallway. But when I pointed, there was nothing there. The dog had vanished. Mum checked all the doors and windows, but they were locked. Dad was passed out drunk on the sofa and didn't even stir during the commotion. Mum just brushed it off as my imagination, but I knew what I'd seen. That was the beginning. A few weeks later, my cousin Jamie came to stay for the weekend. We were playing in my room when he suddenly froze, staring past me toward the door. His face went white. "What's that big dog doing in your house?" he whispered. I spun around and saw it again, the same black dog, watching us from the doorway. When we screamed, it disappeared, just gone. Not like it ran away, like it blinked out of existence. My mum didn't believe us at first, but Jamie was so upset that she had to call my aunt to calm him down. Jamie refused to stay the night. I remember him crying as my aunt picked him up, saying he didn't want to be in a house with the bad dog. After that, I started noticing other things. Food in our kitchen would spoil unnaturally fast. Mum would buy fresh milk in the morning, and by evening it would be curdled and sour, despite being in the fridge. Fresh fruit would rot within hours. We'd go to bed with perfect apples in the fruit bowl and wake up to find them brown and moldy. The worst were the kitchen door handles. They would shake violently at night as if someone or something was desperately trying to get in. The first time it happened, my mum thought it was my dad coming home late from the pub, but he was already upstairs, passed out. I remember her face as she realized there was no one at the door, but the handle kept rattling. My bedroom became a place of absolute terror for me. I can't explain exactly why. There weren't always visible manifestations, but the feeling of dread was overwhelming. It was like walking into a freezer. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I'd feel watched all the time, from every corner of the room. Many nights I'd run to my parents' room, crying and shaking. Dad would get angry, calling me a scared little shit, but Mum would sometimes let me sleep on her side of the bed. Things got even stranger around Christmas when I was 5. My cousin Alex, who was a few years older and known for being fearless, stayed over for a New Year's party. Alex was always tough, the kid who'd catch spiders with his bare hands and jump from dangerous heights without flinching. He agreed to sleep in my room with me, saying he'd protect me from the monsters. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to Alex shaking and crying, actually crying, beside me in bed. His eyes were fixed on the corner of the room. I couldn't see anything there, but Alex was terrified. He kept whispering, "Make it go away, make it go away." When I asked what he saw, he just shook his head and buried himself under the blankets. The next morning, he refused to talk about it. He never stayed over again. Around the time I turned 6, things at home got worse. My dad's drinking had escalated, and he'd become physically abusive toward my mum. I remember hiding in closets, hands over my ears, trying not to hear the screaming and the sound of things breaking. One night, after a particularly bad episode, the police came and took my dad away. My mum had finally reported him. That should have made things better. It didn't. If anything, the activity in the house intensified. The day after Dad left, I was watching TV when the screen suddenly turned to static. Through the crackling noise, I swear I could hear a deep, growling voice saying my name. "Liam!" It was faint, like it was coming from very far away, but it was there. I ran to find my mum, but when we came back, the TV was completely normal. Then there were the electrical appliances. They'd turn on by themselves when no one was home. Mum and I would go shopping, locking up carefully, and come back to find the radio blaring or the kettle boiling. The worst incident happened when we returned from visiting my grandparents for a weekend. Every single light in the house was on, along with the TV, radio, and all kitchen appliances. The electricity bill that month was astronomical, and my mum, already struggling financially without my dad's income, broke down crying at the kitchen table. But the most terrifying incident happened when I was 7. Mum was vacuuming my bedroom while I watched from the doorway. There was a small storage door in my room, basically a cupboard built into the wall where we kept old toys and winter clothes. It had always been a bit difficult to open and close, requiring a good push. As my mum vacuumed with her back to this cupboard, I watched in horror as the door, which had been firmly closed, slowly creaked open on its own. Mum must have felt something because she suddenly stiffened and turned around. The moment she saw the open door, she dropped the vacuum cleaner. The look on her face is something I'll never forget, pure terror. She grabbed me and we ran downstairs. She was shaking so badly she could barely dial the phone. She called our neighbor, Mr. McIntyre, a retired police officer who'd been keeping an eye on us since Dad left. He came over immediately and checked the house, but of course found nothing unusual. That night, I overheard Mr. McIntyre talking to my mum in the kitchen. He admitted that when he'd checked on our house during our weekend away, as my mum had asked him to do, he'd experienced strange things himself. Lights turning on after he'd turned them off. Footsteps upstairs when no one was there. His dog, a normally friendly Labrador, had refused to cross our threshold, whining and pulling at its leash. "I didn't want to frighten you, Mary," I heard him say, "but there's something not right about this house." The following week, my mum took me to church. She wasn't particularly religious, but she was desperate. The priest gave her some holy water, which she sprinkled in every room. She even called in a local woman who was known for sensing spirits or something like that. I remember this woman walking through our house with a grim expression, stopping in my room the longest. She told my mum that there was a presence that had attached itself to our family, possibly drawn by the negative energy of my father's abuse. After the woman left, my mum did something I'd never seen before. She stood in the middle of the hallway where I'd first seen the black dog and shouted, "Whatever you are not welcome here. This is our home and you need to leave us alone. Leave my boy alone." Strangely, after that, the black dog never appeared again. But the other phenomena continued, more subtle but still terrifying. Cold spots in the house, items disappearing and reappearing in different places, the constant feeling of being watched. When I was 8, my mum finally decided we needed to move. We found a small flat across the city. It took every penny my mum had saved, but we were desperate to get out. The day we left, I remember looking back at the house and seeing a shadow move past an upstairs window, my old bedroom window. But the house was empty. I said nothing to my mum. She was stressed enough. Life improved in our new place. No strange occurrences, no unexplained phenomena. I started sleeping through the night again. My mum found a better job, and we slowly rebuilt our lives. I almost convinced myself that what we'd experienced was somehow tied to the stress of my dad's abuse, that maybe we'd imagined it all. Until years later, when I was working at sea in my early 20s, I started having these vivid dreams, so real they felt more like memories than dreams. In them, I was trapped in an old Tudor-style house, nothing like our Edinburgh home. But the feeling was the same, that oppressive, malevolent presence. In these dreams, I wasn't alone. There were others with me, though their faces were always blurry. We'd be thrown around by some invisible force, furniture would fly across rooms, doors would slam. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, the ship's engine humming below me, reminding me I was safe, far away from land. The dreams continued for weeks until the final one. In this dream, I was alone in the Tudor house. I walked down a long corridor and found myself facing a door I somehow knew I shouldn't open. But I did. Inside was darkness. Not just absence of light, but darkness that seemed alive, pulsating. And from within it, two eyes appeared. The same wrong eyes I remembered from the black dog of my childhood. A voice spoke, not aloud but directly into my mind. "You've grown strong, Liam. Join me. We could do remarkable things together." I felt an overwhelming urge to step into that darkness, like it was pulling me in. But somewhere deep inside, I found the strength to refuse. "No," I said. "You terrorized me as a child. You're not getting me now." The darkness seemed to swell with rage. It lunged at me, and I felt icy fingers gripping my throat. But instead of running or surrendering, I fought back. I don't know how you physically fight a shadow, but in the dream logic, I managed to tear myself free. I ran through the Tudor house, the darkness pursuing me, objects flying at my head, the house itself seeming to try to trap me. I found the front door and burst through it into blinding sunlight. As I crossed the threshold, I heard that voice one last time. "I'll be waiting." I woke up gasping, but filled with a strange sense of victory. That was the last dream. I've never had another one like it, and I've never again experienced any paranormal activity. But I know, deep in my bones, that whatever was in that Tudor house in my dreams was the same presence from my childhood home in Scotland. I still don't know what it was. A ghost? A demon? Some manifestation of the trauma caused by my father's abuse? All I know is that it was real, it was evil, and for some reason it fixated on me and my family during those vulnerable years. Sometimes I wonder if it's still in that house in Edinburgh, waiting for the next vulnerable family to move in. Other times I worry that it's still out there somewhere, biding its time, waiting for me to let my guard down. That's why I still sleep with the lights on sometimes, even as a grown man. That's why I still can't own a black dog, or even be comfortable around one. Some wounds heal, some fears fade, but some experiences change you forever. Story 7. I can still smell the metal-tinged air in my room from that night. I never realized how much your senses heighten when you're truly scared. It's been 15 years since it happened, but sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear it again. That sound that started everything. It was the summer before 8th grade, mid-July, so I was 13. We lived in Westfield, Massachusetts, in this older two-story house on Meadow Street. Nothing fancy, just your typical suburban home with vinyl siding and a small backyard that faced the woods. My bedroom was on the second floor, with a window overlooking the side yard where my dad parked his truck. That night I remember going to bed around 10. I had stayed up playing RuneScape longer than I should have, and I was exhausted. My little brother Jake, who was 11 at the time, had his room across the hall. Our parents' room was downstairs. They'd converted the dining room because my mum had knee problems and couldn't handle the stairs anymore. I fell asleep almost immediately, but something woke me up around 2 in the morning. At first, I thought it was part of a dream. Children laughing, not just any laugh, but that high-pitched giggle that little kids do when they're playing tag or hide and seek. It started soft, then got louder, clearly coming from outside my window. My first thought was that Jake was messing with me. He had this friend next door, Ethan, who sometimes slept over, and they were always pulling pranks. So I sat up, groggy and annoyed, and called out, "Jake, I know it's you. Knock it off." The laughing stopped immediately. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. I laid back down, figuring they'd gotten the reaction they wanted. Just as I was drifting off again, it started back up, louder this time, like they were right outside my window. Multiple voices, definitely children, giggling and whispering things I couldn't quite make out. I got out of bed, stumbling in the dark to flip on my light. The laughter stopped again, the second the room lit up. I went to my window and looked out, but couldn't see anyone in our yard. The motion sensor light my dad had installed wasn't triggered either, which struck me as odd. Too tired to deal with it, I turned off my light and went back to bed. But I couldn't sleep now. I kept listening for the sounds to return. After about 20 minutes of silence, I convinced myself it was probably just some neighborhood kids playing a late-night prank, and finally started to doze off. The next morning at breakfast, I was still irritated. "Jake, I know it was you and Ethan outside my window last night," I said, shoving a spoonful of cinnamon toast crunch in my mouth. Jake looked at me with genuine confusion. "What are you talking about?" "The laughing. Around 2 in the morning. I heard you guys." My brother's face changed, not defensive like I expected, but scared. "That wasn't me," he said quietly. "I heard it too. I thought it was your friends." I felt the first twinge of what would become full-blown fear later. "Ethan wasn't over?" Jake shook his head. "I was alone in my room. I heard kids laughing outside, but I was too scared to look." My mom, who was washing dishes, turned around. "What are you two talking about?" We explained, and she dismissed it as a dream we both happened to have, or maybe some teenagers hanging out late. My dad suggested it could be foxes. Apparently they make weird human-like noises sometimes. That explanation made sense, and I tried to convince myself it was just animals. That night, I went to bed feeling uneasy, but determined to get some sleep. I had baseball practice the next day, and Coach Matthews would make us run extra laps if we were sluggish. I remember checking my window lock before climbing into bed, something I'd never bothered with before. I woke up at exactly 1:47 in the morning. The digital clock's red numbers burned in the darkness of my room, and there it was again, the laughing, but this time it was different, less playful, more deliberate, like they knew I was listening, like they wanted me to hear them. "Go away!" I hissed at the window, not wanting to wake my parents. The laughing continued, and now I could hear what sounded like small hands patting against the glass. Pat, pat, pat. Giggle, whisper, giggle. I sat frozen in bed for what felt like forever. The logical part of my brain kept saying it had to be animals or a prank, but something deeper, more instinctual, knew this wasn't right. The sounds were too coordinated, too intentional. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I got up, stomped to the window, and yanked the curtains open, ready to catch whoever was messing with me. What I saw made my blood run cold. Standing in our side yard, looking up at my window, were 4 or 5 small figures. They were no taller than toddlers, but they weren't toddlers. They were wrong, just pure black silhouettes against the night. The blackest black I'd ever seen, like holes cut into reality. They had no features I could make out, just these child-shaped voids. They weren't moving, just standing there, all facing my window, facing me. I screamed. I couldn't help it. A primal, terrified scream that ripped from my throat before I could even think about being quiet. In the split second after I screamed, before my dad came bursting into my room, those things disappeared. Not ran away, not faded. They literally vanished, like someone had flipped a switch. One moment they were there, the next nothing. My dad found me backed against my bed, shaking and crying. There were kids outside, black kids. Not like black people, just black shapes. They were looking at me. Dad grabbed his baseball bat and went outside to search while Mom sat with me. Jake appeared in my doorway, white as a sheet. "I heard them too," he whispered. "By my window first, then they went to yours." Dad came back inside after 15 minutes of searching the yard and the street. "There's no one out there, Tyler. No footprints in the flower bed under your window. No nothing. My parents tried to convince us it was just a nightmare, or our eyes playing tricks in the darkness. Mom even suggested it could be shadows from the tree branches. but there weren't any trees close enough to my window to cast those kinds of shadows, and that wouldn't explain the laughing. I slept with my parents that night, too terrified to go back to my room. Jake slept on their floor. We felt like babies, but neither of us cared. The next day, Dad installed a floodlight aimed at my side of the house and checked all our locks. Mom called the neighbors to ask if their kids had been out playing, but everyone denied it. I spent the day exhausted and jumping at every sound. That night I begged to sleep in the living room, but Dad insisted I face my fears. He even offered to sleep in Jake's room to keep an eye on things. I reluctantly went back to my room, leaving all the lights on. I tried watching videos on my iPod to distract myself, but I kept pausing to listen for any sounds. Around midnight, I finally dozed off from sheer exhaustion. The laughing woke me just after 3. This time, there was something malicious about it, mockery mixed with something that sounded almost hungry. I lay completely still, paralyzed with fear. "We see you, Tyler," a small voice whispered, so close it could have been right next to my ear. "We want to play." I bolted from my room and spent the rest of the night on the living room couch with all the lights on, too scared to even close my eyes. When my parents found me there in the morning, I refused to go back upstairs. I told them what I'd heard, but they were getting frustrated, thinking I was letting my imagination run wild. That day, I went to the library and looked up everything I could about hauntings, shadow people, and supernatural entities. Most of what I found was useless, but I remember reading something about religious symbols providing protection. That night, I took my confirmation Bible from the bookshelf and kept it by my bed. Mom made me sleep in my room again, saying I couldn't spend the whole summer on the couch. Dad did another thorough check of the house and yard, and even looked in the woods behind our property. He found nothing unusual. I lay awake for hours, clutching my Bible and staring at the window. Jake had come to my room earlier, admitting he was scared too, but our parents had sent him back to his own bed with reassurances that nothing was wrong. At 2:23 in the morning, the laughing started again, softer this time, almost cautious. I didn't freeze this time. Adrenaline and 3 days of built-up terror propelled me out of bed. I grabbed my Bible, held it up like I'd seen in horror movies, and marched to the window. There they were again, those black child-sized silhouettes standing in the yard. 5 of them now, definitely 5. As I watched, one raised what might have been an arm and pointed directly at me. The fear nearly paralyzed me, but I was also angry. Angry about being scared, angry about not being believed. I threw open the window and, in a shaking voice that cracked with puberty and fear, shouted, "In the name of the Father and the Son, leave this place." I have no idea where those exact words came from, probably some movie I'd seen. But something happened when I said them. The figures seemed to recoil, and the laughing stopped abruptly. They stood motionless for a moment, and then they weren't there anymore. My dad came running in again, but this time when he looked outside, he noticed something. The motion sensor light hadn't triggered, even though anything in that part of the yard should have set it off. That was the last time I saw or heard the shadow children. They never came back to my window after that night. I wish I could say I felt triumphant, like I'd defeated some evil force with the power of faith, but honestly, I had the strangest feeling they were amused. Like my dramatic exorcism attempt had entertained them, and they simply decided to move on to someone else who might provide a different kind of reaction. We lived in that house for 3 more years before moving when my dad got a job in Connecticut. Nothing unusual ever happened again, at least not to me. But sometimes Jake would wake up with nightmares he couldn't remember, and once I caught him staring out his window in the middle of the night, whispering "no" over and over. I'm 28 now, with a place of my own in Boston. I still sleep with a nightlight. I still check my window locks twice before bed. And whenever I hear children laughing after dark, even if it's just from a TV in another apartment, I turn up my music to drown it out. I don't know what those things were. Shadow children, demons, ghosts, the label doesn't really matter. What matters is that they were real. They were outside my window on those summer nights in Westfield, and sometimes I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there somewhere, playing their games with someone else. And on the worst nights, when I'm lying awake at 3 in the morning, I wonder if they remember me, and if they might someday decide to come back for another visit. Story 8. Sittetu. I've debated for months whether to share this. I'm not superstitious by nature. My naval career taught me to be practical and level-headed. But what happened during my posting to Singapore 5 years ago still affects me. I can't explain it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. I was assigned as a naval commander to the Singapore base back in 2018. My wife Claire and our 2 children, Emma, 10, and Jack, 7, were excited about the move. Living in Asia seemed like an adventure, and the military had arranged housing in what they called the black and white houses, colonial-era homes built for British officers in the 1930s. My friend and colleague Derek had been living in one of these houses for a year before we arrived. When my advance visit to Singapore came up, he invited me to stay with him rather than at a hotel. "You might even end up with my place when I rotate out," he said. "They're assigning most of the senior officers to this neighborhood." The first time I saw the house, I was impressed. It was stunning. 2 stories with black timber beams against white walls, wide verandas, and high ceilings with slowly turning fans. Classic colonial architecture surrounded by lush tropical gardens. But the moment I stepped through the front door, something felt off. I remember standing in the entrance hall while Derek grabbed us beers from the kitchen and feeling this immediate heaviness. Not humidity, something else, like the air was thick with something I couldn't see. I had the distinct sensation of being observed, as though someone was standing just behind me. I turned around twice, expecting to find someone there. "Beautiful place, isn't it?" Derek said when he returned, mistaking my discomfort for appreciation of the architecture. "How long has it been empty before you moved in?" I asked. "About 6 months. The commander before me left suddenly. Health reasons, I think. These houses are never empty for long, though. There's a waiting list." I stayed for 3 days, and each night I woke up around 3 in the morning, convinced someone was in my room. I'd jerk awake with my heart pounding, certain I'd heard breathing or movement. The 3rd night, I actually got up and checked the closet and under the bed like a scared kid. When I flew back home to prepare my family for the move, I didn't mention any of this to Claire. I figured it was just jet lag or the unfamiliarity of a new place. Fast forward 2 months. Derek had indeed rotated back to the States, and we were assigned his house. By some coincidence, we arrived on August 15th, the anniversary of Japan's surrender in Vol.268, though I didn't make that connection until much later. The movers had delivered our shipping container the day before, so the house was full of boxes. Claire was directing the placement of furniture while the kids explored the house, running up and down the wooden staircase and claiming bedrooms on the 2nd floor. I was unpacking my office items when it happened. I felt something hit the top of my head and fall to the floor with a metallic sound. When I looked down, I saw a coin, specifically a quarter from home. I picked it up, confused. It was one I'd kept in a collection box from my first naval deployment. I distinctly remembered packing that box in one of our shipping crates, which was still sealed and sitting in the living room. "Claire!" I called out, thinking she might have played a joke, but she was in the kitchen, far from my office. That night we hired a local woman, May, to help us unpack and clean. She worked diligently until around 5 p.m. when the sun began to set. I noticed her growing increasingly uncomfortable, constantly looking over her shoulder toward the dining room. "Is everything okay, May?" Claire asked her. "Yes, ma'am, but I must go now before dark," she replied, already gathering her things. "We were hoping you could stay until 8 or so. We'll pay extra," I offered. May shook her head firmly. "No, sir, not after dark. Not in this house." When Claire pressed her for a reason, May lowered her voice. This area, all these houses, not good at night. Japanese soldiers during war, very bad things. She would say nothing more and refused to come back except during daylight hours. We dismissed it as local superstition. Singapore is full of ghost stories, and these colonial neighborhoods feature prominently in many of them. Over the next few weeks, we settled in. The strange atmosphere I'd felt on my first visit seemed to fade, and I began to think I'd imagined it. Then we hosted a dinner party for some of my fellow officers and their spouses. One of the guests, Commander Roberts, kept glancing toward our dining room throughout the evening. After dinner, when most guests had moved to the veranda for drinks, he pulled me aside. "John, how long have you lived here now?" he asked quietly. "About 3 weeks. Why? Has anything strange happened?" I hesitated, unsure what to say. Roberts noticed my reaction and continued, "My wife's very sensitive to these things. She feels presences. She won't come back here. Says there's someone watching from the dining room." I laughed it off, but that night I lay awake staring at the ceiling. The sensation of being observed had returned stronger than ever. The real problem started after we hosted a barbecue for my department the following weekend. We had about 20 people over, with kids playing in the garden and adults drinking beer on the veranda. It was a typical expat gathering: loud music, laughter, people staying late. That night, around 2 a.m., Claire and I were woken by the sound of all the downstairs taps turning on simultaneously. The bathroom, kitchen, and outdoor taps were running full blast when I went down to check. I turned them off, assuming it was water pressure fluctuation or some plumbing issue. The next night, at exactly the same time, every light in the house turned on by itself. The third night, doors throughout the house began slamming shut, one after another, working from the front of the house to the back. The kids were terrified. Emma started sleeping in our room, while Jack developed nightmares about the man who stands by my bed. Claire wanted to request different housing, but there was nothing available. The waiting list for military housing was months long, and renting on the local market was prohibitively expensive on my salary. I decided to talk to my neighbor, another naval officer who'd lived in the area for 2 years. Captain Williams listened to my story without surprise. "They're all like that," he said simply. "Every house in this neighborhood. You know what happened here during the war, right?" I didn't, so he filled me in. These houses, built for British military officers before WB, were taken over by Japanese officers during the occupation of Singapore. The entire area had been a Japanese military headquarters. Local workers, Chinese, Malay, and Indian, were forced to serve the officers. When Singapore was about to be liberated, many workers were executed right on the properties to eliminate witnesses to war crimes. "Look," Williams said, lowering his voice, although we were alone on his veranda. "My wife and I have had stuff happen too. Footsteps on the stairs at night. Voices speaking Japanese. Once, all our milk turned sour overnight, despite having just been purchased. The houses across the street that are currently empty, the guards refuse to patrol them at night because they see figures moving inside." He took a sip of his drink before continuing. "The locals won't talk about it much, but this entire suburb is known throughout Singapore as haunted. Most Singaporeans wouldn't stay here overnight for any amount of money." I went home troubled by this information. That night, when Claire and the kids were finally asleep, I went downstairs alone. Standing in the dining room where guests had reported feeling watched, I spoke out loud. "I don't know who you are or what happened to you. We mean no disrespect to this house or its history. We're just a family trying to live here temporarily. Please stop scaring my children. If you leave us in peace, we'll do the same for you." I felt ridiculous talking to an empty room, but somehow the air seemed to lighten slightly. Nothing dramatic happened, no sudden cold spots or flickering lights like in movies, just a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The activity didn't stop completely, but it changed. Instead of frightening incidents, we'd occasionally find small objects moved from one place to another. A book I was reading would be on a different shelf. Claire's hairbrush would be on the opposite side of the vanity. Nothing malicious, almost like someone curiously examining our belongings. We adapted. The kids stopped being afraid and instead developed their own theories about the house ghost. Emma even left small trinkets out as gifts sometimes, which would occasionally be rearranged by morning. As the months passed, we learned we weren't alone in our experiences. Military families throughout the neighborhood reported similar incidents. Wet footprints appearing overnight on dry floors, children's toys arranged in patterns no one had created, phantom knocking on doors, and the consistent feeling of being watched. One family 3 houses down had to be relocated after their 5-year-old began having conversations with someone no one else could see. A Japanese man in uniform who stood in the corner of his room. The child knew no Japanese, but parents recorded him speaking phrases that, when translated, were military commands. Another colleague confided that he'd seen someone standing in the window of the empty house next to his. A figure in what appeared to be an old-fashioned uniform, visible for just moments before disappearing. The most disturbing account came from the Williams family. Their teenage daughter woke one night to find an elderly Asian man standing at the foot of her bed. He didn't threaten her, but simply looked at her sadly before walking through her closed bedroom door. Research later revealed that a Chinese servant had been executed in that very room for allegedly stealing from Japanese officers. We completed our 3-year posting without requesting a transfer. The phenomena never escalated beyond what I've described, and we'd reached a kind of understanding with whatever shared our home. I kept my promise not to disturb anything, and the presence seemed to respect our boundaries. On our final day, I went through the empty house alone for a last check, while Claire waited in the car with the kids. All our belongings had been shipped home, and the house echoed with emptiness. As I walked through the rooms, memories of our time there flooded back, both the inexplicable moments and the happy ones. I was in what had been my office when I heard it clearly. Footsteps in the hallway of the spare room wing. Deliberate, unhurried steps on the wooden floor. I froze, listening. They continued for about 10 paces, then stopped. I waited, but nothing more happened. "Goodbye," I said quietly to the empty house. "Thank you for sharing your space with us." I don't know if I imagined it, but as I closed the front door for the last time, I felt a light pressure on my shoulder, like someone briefly resting their hand there in farewell. I've been back in the States for 2 years now. I've never told this complete story to anyone outside the Singapore posting. Most people wouldn't believe it, and the few who might would probably think I'd embellished for effect. I haven't. If anything, I've downplayed some of the more disturbing moments. Sometimes I wonder about the family who lives there now, and if they've reached their own understanding with whoever else calls that house home. I wonder if they wake at 2 a.m. to running taps, or if they feel watched as they eat dinner. Part of me wants to reach out and warn them, but another part knows they'll discover it for themselves, just as we did. The strangest thing? Despite everything, I miss that house sometimes. In all my years of naval service and moving from post to post, it's the only place that's ever felt like it had a personality of its own, like it was more than just walls and a roof. It changed me. I don't dismiss ghost stories anymore. I don't roll my eyes at superstition. Some places hold on to their past in ways science can't explain. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I still get that feeling of being watched, just for a moment. Just long enough to make me wonder if something followed me home. Story 9. I still can't explain what happened that night in the Scottish Highlands last January. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, trying to find some logical explanation, but I keep coming up empty. I'm not someone who believes in the supernatural. I study computer science at the University of Lincoln, for God's sake. But what happened that night has seriously messed with my understanding of reality. It was the third week of January, right after my final exam of the winter term. I'd promised to visit my aunt in Inverness before heading back to uni for the new semester. Most people thought I was crazy for attempting the drive in the middle of winter, but I've always been stubborn like that. My parents begged me to take the train, but I insisted on driving my old Ford Fiesta. I liked the freedom of having my own car, and the idea of a solo road trip through the Highlands sounded peaceful after the stress of exams. The day started normally enough. I left Lincoln around noon, thinking I'd reach Inverness by early evening. I'd checked the weather forecast. Snow was expected, but nothing severe. By the time I crossed the Scottish border, though, the weather had taken a serious turn. The temperature dropped rapidly, and the snow started falling heavier than I'd ever seen before. I stopped at a service station near Perth and checked my phone's weather app. The temperature had plummeted to -12 degrees Celsius, and a severe weather warning had been issued for the Highlands. I considered turning back or finding a hotel for the night, but a quick search showed all nearby accommodations were fully booked. There was some winter festival happening in the area. I called my aunt to let her know I might be late. I've got a good heater in the car, a full tank of gas and emergency supplies, I assured her. If it gets too bad, I'll pull over somewhere safe. Just be careful, Emma, she said, worry evident in her voice. These Highland roads are treacherous in good weather, let alone a snowstorm. By 7 p.m., I was deep in the Highlands, and the conditions were genuinely frightening. The snow was falling so thickly I could barely see beyond my headlights. The roads were becoming increasingly narrow and winding, with steep drops on one side and rock faces on the other. I was crawling along at maybe 25 miles per hour, following the reflective markers at the edge of the road, since I could barely make out the actual tarmac beneath the snow. The isolation was starting to get to me. I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least 45 minutes, and there was no cell service. My GPS was still working, thankfully, but the estimated arrival time kept getting pushed back. Now it was showing after midnight, and I was seriously regretting my decision to drive. That's when I first noticed the tail lights ahead of me. They appeared suddenly, perhaps 100 yards ahead, 2 red dots glowing through the swirling snow. I felt an immediate rush of relief. Another car meant I wasn't completely alone out here, and if they were managing to navigate these conditions, so could I. As I continued driving, I realized I was neither gaining on nor falling behind this other vehicle. They were maintaining exactly the same speed as me. I could make out that it was some kind of light grey SUV with what looked like a roof box and a bike rack on the back. Strange equipment for this weather. But maybe they were just coming back from a winter holiday. For the next hour or so, those tail lights became my focal point, my guide through the blizzard. Whenever the road curved, I'd see them disappear momentarily, then reappear as I rounded the bend. The consistency was oddly comforting. Around 9 p.m., the snow briefly eased and I got a clearer look at the vehicle. It was definitely a light grey SUV, maybe a Volvo or similar, with a black roof box and a bike rack that didn't have any bikes on it. I couldn't make out the license plate, but just seeing another human presence out here was reassuring. The odd thing was that regardless of how I adjusted my speed, the distance between us remained unchanged. When I slowed down to navigate particularly treacherous bends, they slowed too. When I picked up speed on straighter stretches, they accelerated at exactly the same rate. It was like they were deliberately maintaining that fixed distance. After about 2 hours of following these tail lights, something strange happened. We were approaching what my GPS indicated was a junction with a smaller road branching off to the left. According to my route, I needed to continue straight on the main road toward Inverness, but the SUV ahead put on its indicator and turned left onto this side road. I felt an unexpected pull to follow it. I can't explain why. It made absolutely no logical sense. My aunt was expecting me in Inverness, and this side road wasn't on my route at all. My GPS immediately started recalculating, alerting me that I was deviating from the planned journey. But something compelled me to follow those tail lights. The side road was even narrower than the main route, barely wider than a single lane in most places, and it hadn't been gritted at all. My little Fiesta struggled through the deep snow, the wheels occasionally spinning before finding purchase again. I was gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, and I was hunched forward, straining to keep those tail lights in view. About 15 minutes down this road, which wasn't even showing properly on my GPS, the SUV's taillights suddenly accelerated away from me. One moment they were there, maintaining that same consistent distance. The next, they were racing away, growing smaller until they disappeared completely around a bend. I felt a wave of panic. Why had I followed this random car down an unknown road in the middle of a Highland blizzard? What the hell was I thinking? I was about to pull over and try to turn around when my headlights illuminated something ahead. Another vehicle was parked on the side of the road, hazard lights flashing weakly. It was an SUV, light grey with a roof box and bike rack, identical to the one I'd been following. I pulled up behind it and sat there for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had the vehicle I'd been following somehow circled back? Had there been two identical SUVs out here all along? Neither option made any sense. After a minute of hesitation, I decided I should check if they needed help. I pulled on my thickest coat, hat and gloves, and stepped out into the brutal cold. The wind immediately cut through my layers, and the snow was so deep it came halfway up my calves. I trudged over to the SUV, the freezing air burning my lungs with each breath. I knocked on the driver's window. After a moment it lowered slightly, and a woman's face appeared in the gap. She looked to be in her early 30s, with dark circles under her eyes and an expression of both fear and relief. "Oh, thank God," she said, her voice trembling. "Are you real? You're actually here?" Her strange question threw me off, but I nodded. "Yeah, I'm real. Are you okay? Do you need help?" She opened the door and practically fell out of the car, grabbing me in a desperate hug that caught me completely off guard. She was shaking violently, either from the cold or from fear, probably both. "We've been stuck here for hours," she said, pulling back. "The tire went flat, and when I tried to call for help, there was no signal. Then the battery died from running the heater to keep us warm. I thought we were going to—" She stopped herself and glanced back at the car. "My daughter's in there. She's only 18 months old. I was so scared." I looked into the back seat and saw a toddler strapped into a car seat, bundled up in what looked like several layers of blankets, her face pale, but her eyes open and alert. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Since around 5 this afternoon. Over 4.5 hours now. The temperature in the car keeps dropping. I've been trying to keep Emma warm." "Emma?" I interrupted, startled by the coincidence. "That's my name too." She gave me a strange look. I don't know why I said that. "Her name is Lily." She shook her head as if to clear it. "I'm Charlotte, by the way. God, I can't believe someone finally found us. I haven't seen another car pass by since we broke down." That stopped me cold. "Wait, you haven't seen any other vehicles? No one at all has driven past?" Charlotte shook her head firmly. "Not a single car. That's why I was starting to panic. This road is so remote. I knew it was a mistake to take this shortcut. The GPS said it would save 20 minutes, but then we hit this snow and got the flat tire." I didn't know what to say. If no other vehicles had passed by, what had I been following for the past 2 hours? What had led me down this road that I had no reason to be on? I pushed those questions aside. Right now, this woman and her child needed help. "Do you have a spare tire?" She nodded. Yes, but I couldn't manage to change it myself in this weather, and I was afraid to leave Lily alone in the car while I tried. I can help with that, and I've got jumper cables, so we can try to get your battery going again. The next 45 minutes were some of the most physically demanding of my life. Changing a tire in -12-degree weather, with snow constantly blowing into my face and my fingers going numb despite my gloves, was absolute hell. Charlotte helped as much as she could while periodically checking on Lily, who thankfully remained asleep through most of the ordeal. Once we got the spare tire on, I maneuvered my car around to jump-start her battery. After a few tense tries, her engine finally turned over and roared to life. The look of relief on Charlotte's face was indescribable. "I don't know how to thank you," she said, tears freezing on her cheeks almost as soon as they fell. I was starting to think, I don't want to even say what I was thinking. "It's okay," I assured her. "Let's just get you both back to the main road." Charlotte insisted I follow her back, in case anything else went wrong with her car. As we drove, I noticed something odd about the road ahead of us. There were tire tracks in the fresh snow, as if another vehicle had recently driven this way. But Charlotte had said no other cars had passed by during her ordeal, and the tracks weren't there when I'd driven in. It made no sense. When we reached the junction with the main road, we both pulled over briefly. Charlotte came to my window. "The next town is about 20 minutes that way," she said, pointing north. "There's a hotel there if you need somewhere to stay tonight." "Thanks, but I'm heading to Inverness," I replied. "My aunt's expecting me." Charlotte gave me an odd look. "Inverness is the opposite direction from where you were headed when you found us." I frowned. "That's impossible. I was following this road because—" I stopped, not knowing how to explain that I'd been following a car that apparently didn't exist. "Well, regardless, you saved our lives tonight," Charlotte said. "I'm certain of that. The temperature's still dropping and with no heater." She trailed off, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a business card. "Please take this. I want to properly thank you when we're not freezing to death." I took the card. She was a veterinarian in Fort William and promised to get in touch. We parted ways at the roundabout, Charlotte turning left toward the town she'd mentioned, while I consulted my GPS and headed right toward Inverness. As I watched her SUV drive away, I felt a strange sense of completion, as if I'd fulfilled some purpose I hadn't known I had. I arrived at my aunt's house just after 1 in the morning, exhausted but strangely exhilarated. I told her an abbreviated version of what had happened, leaving out the part about following ghost tail lights. Later that night, lying in bed, I pulled out Charlotte's card and noticed something written on the back that I hadn't seen before. In neat handwriting were the words, "Emma saved us, 18-1-23. I still get chills thinking about it. She had written my name before she even met me, and she'd called her daughter Emma when her name was actually Lily. I've tried to contact Charlotte several times since that night. The veterinary practice exists, but they've never heard of a Charlotte matching her description. The address on the card leads nowhere. I've driven back to that area twice since then, in better weather. The side road I turned down that night? According to local maps and my GPS, it doesn't exist. Where I clearly remember a junction, there's nothing but an unbroken rock face. I don't know what guided me that night, whether it was some kind of premonition, a glitch in reality, or something more supernatural. All I know is that somehow I was meant to be there. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night and it starts to snow, I find myself checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights following me at a constant distance, guiding someone else to wherever they need to be. Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night, even though it's been 15 years. I probably wouldn't even remember it if I hadn't found my old diary while cleaning out my childhood bedroom last weekend. My mom was getting ready to convert it into a craft room, So I was sorting through boxes of school papers, photos, and journals I'd kept from ages 10 to 14. The journal was nothing special, just a cheap notebook with puppies on the cover that I'd gotten for my 12th birthday. Most entries were typical preteen stuff about crushes and friend drama, but then I found an entry from October that made my blood run cold. I'd completely blocked this memory, but reading my childish handwriting brought it all rushing back with terrifying clarity. It was a Friday evening in October, right before Halloween. My twin brother Noah and I were staying with our mum that weekend. Our parents had divorced the year before. Mom had to attend some emergency PTA meeting at the high school where she taught, and our usual babysitter wasn't available. At 12, we were considered old enough to stay home alone for a few hours, but Mum didn't love the idea of us being by ourselves after dark. The solution came when she remembered her friend Janet, who worked as the church secretary, would be at the First Methodist Church doing some late paperwork. The church was only about a 10-minute walk from our house in Westbrook. Mum arranged for us to hang out there while she was at her meeting. We could just play in the church hall or read books in the office until she picked us up around 9. The plan changed when we found out Noah's best friend Mac was going to be there too. His mum was on the cleaning crew and had to do some extra work that evening. When the three of us got together, we always found some kind of trouble to get into, though usually nothing serious. First Methodist was this old brick building from the early 1900s with stained glass windows and a tall steeple. Behind it stretched a huge cemetery that had been there even longer than the church. I remember looking out the windows of the church hall at the gravestones in the dimming October light, finding them both creepy and fascinating. The adults were all busy. Janet was in the front office organizing some fundraiser, and Mac's mom was cleaning the sanctuary. They told us to stay in the hall and play board games or watch a DVD on the small TV in the corner. They checked on us every half hour or so, but otherwise left us alone. We tried playing Monopoly for about 20 minutes before getting bored. Noah suggested exploring the church basement, but I reminded him that Pastor Williams kept it locked because of the steep stairs. Mac was the one who looked out the window at the cemetery and got the idea. "Let's go out to the graveyard," he whispered, even though the adults were nowhere near us. I immediately shook my head. "No way, it's getting dark." Noah, always eager to look brave in front of Mac, sided with his friend. "Don't be such a baby, Ellie. The lights from the church parking lot reach part of it. It's not completely dark." "Mom said to stay in the church," I argued. Mac rolled his eyes. "We'll just go for a little bit. No one will even notice we're gone." I didn't want to be left out, and I definitely didn't want the boys to call me a scaredy cat for the next month. So against my better judgment, I agreed. We slipped out the side door of the hall, making sure to prop it open with a rock so we could get back in without the adults knowing we'd left. The cemetery was massive, at least 3 acres of land stretching behind the church. The oldest graves dated back to the 18th century, with newer sections added as the town had grown. The front portion near the church parking lot was partially illuminated by the building's security lights, but beyond that, it was dark, except for the light of the half moon overhead. Despite my reluctance to go out there, I'd always been fascinated by old cemeteries. There was something peaceful about reading the names and dates, imagining the lives of people long gone. The three of us wandered among the gravestones, whispering to avoid being heard from the church. Mac was the first to suggest the game. He'd learned it from his older cousin, who swore it had worked when they tried it at a cemetery in their old town. "You stand on a grave, say, 'May rise' 10 times, and then wait to see if anything happens," he explained with way too much excitement. "That's so disrespectful," I said, but I could see Noah was already intrigued. "It's just a game," Mac insisted. "Nothing's going to actually happen, but imagine if it did." Noah, never wanting to seem less brave than Mac, was the first to try. He found a grave from the 1940s, someone named Edward Miller, who died at age 53, and stood right on top of it. May rise, may rise, may rise. Noah counted off, his voice getting quieter as he approached 10. We all held our breath after he finished, looking around nervously. Nothing happened. "See? Just a stupid game," I said, relieved but also a little disappointed despite myself. Mac went next, choosing an older grave from the 19th century. Again, nothing happened after he finished the chant. I was starting to feel silly for being scared in the first place. "Your turn, Ellie," Noah said, nudging me toward a small grave with a lamb statue on top. I later realized it was a child's grave, which makes what happened even more disturbing. I reluctantly stepped onto the small plot, feeling genuinely bad about standing on someone's final resting place. The gravestone was for a girl named Sarah Williams, who died in 1912 at age 8. I whispered the words, "May rise," 10 times, rushing through them because I wanted to get off that poor child's grave as quickly as possible. We'd gotten bolder, moving farther from the church lights into the older section of the cemetery. The moonlight cast long shadows from the tilting gravestones and the few trees scattered throughout the grounds. What had started as a silly dare was beginning to feel increasingly unsettling. The night had gotten colder too, and I remember wishing I'd brought my jacket from inside. "Let's do one more before we go back," Max suggested, pointing to a large grave with an angel statue looming over it. It was one of the most ornate monuments in the cemetery, belonging to someone named Reverend Thomas Clark, who died in 1878. This time, we decided to all stand on the grave together and say the words in unison. I remember feeling like we were crossing a line, like we were pushing our luck. But I didn't want to be the one to back out. We crowded onto the large grave plot and counted to 3 before starting. Our voices created this weird echo as we repeated "May rise" together 10 times. When we finished, there was this moment of absolute silence. Even the distant traffic noise seemed to have stopped. The wind, which had been gently rustling the trees all evening, suddenly died down. I remember getting goosebumps that had nothing to do with the cold. Mac saw it first. He was facing the far corner of the cemetery where the oldest graves were located. His face went completely white, and he grabbed Noah's arm so hard that Noah yelped. "What?" Noah asked, turning to look where Mac was staring. I followed their gaze and saw nothing at first, just darkness beyond the reach of the moonlight. Then I noticed what they were looking at, a tall, dark figure standing perfectly still between 2 ancient gravestones. It was wearing what looked like a long robe or coat that reached the ground, and it seemed unnaturally tall, maybe 7 feet or more. "It's probably just a tree," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as them. "Trees don't move," Mac replied, his voice shaking. He was right. When I looked again, the figure seemed closer than before, though I hadn't seen it move. It was as if it had shifted position during the split second I'd blinked. Noah started tugging on my sleeve, trying to get me to head back toward the church, but I was frozen in place. That's when I noticed something else. A different shape, moving behind a large oak tree about 30 yards to our right. While the first figure was tall and straight, this second one was hunched and seemed to be made of pure darkness, like a hole in the fabric of the night. As I stared, unable to look away, the hunched figure slowly moved out from behind the tree. It didn't walk like a normal person. It moved in jerky, unnatural motions. The most terrifying part was when it seemed to notice me watching. It raised what might have been an arm and waved at me in this horrible parody of a friendly gesture. Then its head began to move, not just turning to look at me, but rotating around its shoulders in a complete circle. And not just once. It spun faster and faster until it became a blur. I remember thinking that no human neck could possibly move that way. Noah was the first to break out of his paralysis. "Run!" he screamed, pulling on my arm so hard I nearly fell. The 3 of us took off toward the church, not daring to look back. I could feel something behind us, though, a cold presence that seemed to be getting closer with each step we took. The church lights that had seemed so close were now impossibly far away. Mac was slightly ahead of us, with Noah right behind him. I was a few steps back, and I swear I felt something cold brush against my shoulder. I wanted to scream, but couldn't find my voice. We finally reached the edge of the cemetery where the church parking lot began. The bright security lights seemed to create a barrier that the things, whatever they were, couldn't cross. We collapsed on the pavement, gasping for breath. From the safety of the light, we looked back at the cemetery. The tall figure was now standing at the edge of the darkness, just beyond the reach of the artificial light. It remained perfectly still, but somehow I knew it was watching us. The hunched figure was nowhere to be seen, which was almost worse. I kept imagining it circling around to come at us from another direction. What I remember most clearly from my diary entry, the detail that still makes me shudder, was how long we stood there after reaching safety. According to what I wrote, we watched those entities for nearly 20 minutes, too terrified to move but unable to look away. The tall figure never entered the light, but it never left either. It just stood there, watching us with a face we couldn't see. Eventually, Mac's mum came looking for us, furious that we'd left the church. She didn't notice anything unusual in the cemetery, or if she did, she didn't mention it. We were all too shaken to explain what had happened, so we just apologized for going outside without permission. My mum picked us up around 9, as planned. On the drive home, Noah and I were unusually quiet. When she asked if we had fun, we just nodded. Neither of us wanted to talk about what we'd seen. We never really discussed it afterward either, not even with Mac. It was like we had a silent agreement to pretend it never happened. Reading my diary entry brought it all flooding back. The way the hunched figure's head spun impossibly fast. The tall, robed entity that seemed to move closer every time I blinked. The absolute certainty that if we hadn't reached the church lights when we did, something terrible would have happened to us. I called Noah after finding the diary. He lives in Chicago now, married with a kid on the way. When I mentioned the cemetery incident, there was a long silence on the line. "I thought that was just a nightmare I had," he finally said. I convinced myself it never really happened. But it did happen. Whatever we saw that night in the Westbrook Cemetery was real. I believe our stupid game somehow opened a door that should have stayed closed. Sometimes I wonder if that door ever fully shut again, or if those entities are still out there, waiting for someone else to invite them to rise. I don't go to cemeteries anymore, and I never, ever visit one after dark. Some games aren't worth playing, and some doors are meant to stay closed. Story 11. I've never really told this story in full before, not to anyone who wasn't family. Even now, almost 20 years later, I get this weird feeling in my stomach just thinking about it. But I need to get this out. We moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, in 1995, when I was 10 years old. My family had immigrated from Mexico, and my parents were so proud of that ranch-style house. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours, our piece of the American dream, you know. It was in a quiet neighborhood, kind of secluded with some woods behind it. My dad had gotten a decent job at a manufacturing plant, and things were looking up for us. At first, everything seemed normal, well, as normal as things can be when you're the Mexican kid in a mostly white school in Tennessee in the 90s. But the house, I think it was testing us at first. Just little things that made you question yourself. The first few months, stuff would go missing. Like I'd put my backpack in my room after school, and later it would be in the kitchen, or my mum would leave her keys on the counter, and they'd end up in the bathroom. We all just blamed each other. "Diego, stop moving my things," or "Mama, I didn't touch your keys." That kind of stuff. Then the noises started. At night, I'd hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was asleep. Not like someone was walking to the bathroom. These were deliberate, slow steps that would stop right outside my door. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like whispering, but I could never make out the words. I'd pull my blanket over my head and just pray for morning to come. Around our second year there, my parents decided to add a room to the house. That's when everything got worse, way worse. It was like whatever was in that house didn't like us changing things. During construction, the workers would complain about tools moving or feeling like someone was watching them. One guy quit after claiming he saw someone standing in the window of our house when we were all gone. Back then, I shared a room with my younger brother Carlos. Our bunk beds were positioned so that from the bottom bunk he could see our bedroom doorway, but from my top bunk I couldn't. Almost every night Carlos would wake me up terrified, saying there was someone at the door. I'd look, but by then there was never anyone there, until I saw it myself. It was a school night in 7th grade, so I must have been 12. I woke up around 2 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. As I sat up in my top bunk, I froze. There, standing in our doorway, was a tall, dark figure. Not just shadow dark, but like it was absorbing all the light around it. The only feature I could make out was this long, stringy white hair hanging down from its head. It just stood there, watching us. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just laid back down, pulled the covers over my head, and somehow eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just a nightmare. But it happened again and again. I started leaving my desk lamp on at night, but that just made it worse because I could see it more clearly. When I was 14, Carlos got his own bedroom in the addition my parents had built. I was excited at first to have my own room, but that excitement didn't last long because now that figure wasn't just watching from the doorway. It started coming in. The worst night of my life happened when I was 16. I remember it was late April because we had just had testing at school and I was exhausted. I fell asleep quickly that night, but woke up suddenly feeling wrong. You know that feeling when you just know someone's watching you? Multiply that by 1,000. I opened my eyes and looked straight up. It was there, hovering above me on the ceiling. Not standing, not hanging, literally floating face down on my ceiling, looking right at me. In the dim light from my small lamp, I could see its face clearly for the first time. God, I wish I hadn't. It looked like some horrible mix between those grey aliens you see in movies and the crypt keeper from Tales from the Crypt. Its skin was grey-white and wrinkled, with these huge black eyes that had no reflection in them at all. Its mouth was slightly open, and I could feel cold air coming from it, like when you open a freezer. But it smelled earthy, like wet soil and something rotting. I couldn't move, not a finger, not anything. I've read about sleep paralysis since then, but this wasn't that. This was different. I was fully awake, fully aware, but completely frozen by fear or something else. Something it was doing to me. Then it moved. It slowly descended from the ceiling until it was lying directly on top of me. I could feel the weight of it pressing down, cold and heavy. Its face was inches from mine, and its breath, Jesus, its breath was like someone with severe asthma, this wheezing, rattling sound. The smell was overwhelming. I don't know how long it stayed there. It felt like hours, but was probably just minutes. Eventually, I must have passed out from fear. When I woke up the next morning, I was drenched in sweat, and my sheets smelled like that earthy odor. I prayed it was a one-time thing. It wasn't. This happened almost nightly for months. Sometimes it would just watch from the corner. Sometimes it would sit on the edge of my bed. Sometimes it would lie on top of me again. I started sleeping with my crucifix clutched in my hand. My abuela had given it to me before we left Mexico. It seemed to help a little, like the thing wouldn't touch me when I had it, but it would still come. There were other things too. I'd hear scratching under my bed, like something with long nails was trying to get out. One night I woke up on the floor, like I'd been pulled off the bed. Another time I fell asleep on my chest, and I woke up because I was being lifted by my shirt. like someone had grabbed the back of my t-shirt and was picking me up. To this day, I can't sleep on my stomach. I just can't. The thing is, this tall shadow figure wasn't the only presence in that house. During daylight hours, I'd often catch glimpses of what looked like a young boy, maybe 7 or 8, peeking out from different rooms in the hallway. He was different though, not threatening, just curious. He'd look at me with these wide eyes, then duck back into whatever room he was in. I was less afraid of him, but it still freaked me out. My parents never believed me when I tried to tell them. My dad would say I was watching too many horror movies, and my mum would just make the sign of the cross and tell me to pray more. I started sleeping as little as possible at home. I'd stay at friends' houses whenever I could. I'd stay up studying until I literally couldn't keep my eyes open anymore, hoping I'd be too exhausted for the thing to wake me. I lost so much weight my junior year that the school counselor pulled me aside, thinking I had an eating disorder or was doing drugs. How do you tell an adult that you're being tormented by something that shouldn't exist? You don't. You say you're fine, and you promise to eat more. One night during my senior year, after a particularly bad encounter where I swear I felt its long, cold fingers touching my face, I broke down and told my parents everything. I was sobbing, begging them to believe me. That was when my mum finally admitted she'd seen the boy ghost too. Both my parents had, but they didn't want to scare me by confirming what I was seeing. They'd heard the footsteps, found objects moved, felt the cold spots in the house. All this time they'd been experiencing things too, but we'd all been suffering in silence, thinking we were protecting each other. We tried everything after that. A priest came and blessed the house. We burned sage. We even had a paranormal investigator come, but he was basically just a guy with a voice recorder who charged us $300 to tell us our house had activity. No shit, man. Nothing helped. I started sleeping in the living room on the couch with all the lights on. I counted down the days until I could leave for college. When I finally did move out in 2001, it was like this massive weight lifted off me. For the first time in 6 years, I could sleep without fear. Years later, around 2010, curiosity got the better of me. I tracked down the people living in our old house through social media. I messaged them, making up some story about wanting to see my childhood home if I was ever back in Knoxville. The woman who responded was really nice, but what she said next made my blood run cold. She asked if we'd ever had problems with the electricity in the house, because they were constantly having issues with lights turning on and off and electronics malfunctioning. Then she mentioned, casual as anything, that her kids kept talking about a little boy they saw in the hallway. And her husband had woken up twice, seeing what he described as a tall shadow with white, stringy hair standing in what used to be my bedroom. I never told her what we'd experienced. She told me all this without any prompting. I did some research after that and found out our house was less than a mile from the site of the Battle of Campbell Station, fought in 1863 during the Civil War. Hundreds of men died there. Was that connected? I don't know. Maybe the boy was from that time, or maybe he was from the neighborhood and had died in the house decades before we moved in. As for the tall shadow thing, I don't think that was human. Not ever. I don't know what it was. But whatever it was, it's still there, still terrorizing whoever lives in that house. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like it's standing over my bed, even though I'm hundreds of miles away now. I still can't sleep on my stomach. I still keep a light on. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can smell that earthy, rotting smell again, just for a second, and hear that rattling, wheezing breath. Whatever was in that house took 6 years of my life. 6 years of peace, of normal teenage experiences, of feeling safe in my own home. I wish I had answers, but I don't. All I know is what happened to me was real. My parents saw it too. The new owners saw it. That house is haunted by something terrible, and I thank God every day that I got out. Mum. Story 12. Mum. I've been putting off sharing this for 15 years now. Honestly, I'm not sure why I'm even writing it down today, but my therapist thinks it might help. My oldest daughter just left for college last week, and I guess seeing her scar when we hugged goodbye brought it all back. Our family has owned this little cabin up on Willow Lake in Michigan's Upper Peninsula since my grandfather built it in the 60s. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom with a screened porch and a little dock. My wife Lisa and I took the kids there every summer since Emma was 3. It was the kind of place with no internet, spotty cell service, and the nearest neighbor a good mile down the shore. We loved it that way. That summer, 2008, Emma was 15, Sarah was 12, and Jason had just turned 9. It was our usual 2-week July getaway. The first few days were exactly what we needed. Fishing off the dock, campfires, board games by lantern light. The kids would splash around in the shallows while Lisa and I watched from the shore, drinking beer and forgetting about work deadlines and mortgage payments. On our 4th morning there, I woke up early like I always do at the cabin. Something about the quiet makes me an early riser when we're up there. The lake was covered in this dense fog, not unusual for mornings, but this was thicker than normal. You couldn't see more than 20 feet out from shore. I made coffee on our little propane stove and just sat on the dock, enjoying the silence. The girls got up around 9. Lisa was still asleep, and Jason was working on some elaborate Lego creation he'd brought along. Emma and Sarah asked if they could take the inner tubes out on the lake. I remember hesitating because of the fog, but it had started to lift a bit, and they were both strong swimmers. I made them promise to stay within sight of the dock and wear their life vests. I went back inside to help Jason with his Lego castle or whatever it was. Must have been about an hour later when I heard the screen door slam and wet footsteps rushing in. Both girls were soaking wet, their faces pale. Emma was holding Sarah's hand so tight her knuckles were white. "Dad," Emma said, her voice shaking, "there's something over there." She pointed toward the far shore. I thought they were playing some kind of joke. What, a deer? Bear? We'd seen both plenty of times over the years. Sarah shook her head. We thought it was a dog at first. It was watching us from the other side. It was white, Emma added. Like not white fur, white, like bone or something. I tried to keep my voice steady. Probably just a big white dog. Someone might be camping on the other side. Although I knew that wasn't likely, the opposite shore was mostly state forest land with no real access points. "Dad, it stood up," Sarah whispered. Her eyes were wide and she was shivering despite the warm July morning. "It stood up on 2 legs." Emma nodded. "It moved all wrong, like jerky. Like when Jason plays with his action figures and makes them walk, like a puppet with messed up strings." Lisa had woken up by then and came out to see what was going on. The girls repeated their story, adding more details each time. The thing had been watching them float for who knows how long. When they noticed it and waved, thinking it was someone's pet, it had risen up on 2 legs. They said its arms hung too long and its head seemed too big for its body. But what really freaked them out were its eyes, or lack of them. Both girls described the same thing, deep, dark pits where eyes should have been. After standing there for what felt like forever, it had dropped back to all 4s and bolted into the trees with unnatural speed. I'll admit, I was shaken, not just by the story, but by how genuinely terrified they both looked. These weren't little kids making up stories. Emma was a teenager who prided herself on being too cool for most things, and Sarah was our practical, no-nonsense middle child. Lisa suggested maybe they'd seen a bear standing up, or possibly an albino deer that looked strange in the fog. The girls insisted it wasn't either of those. They'd seen both before and knew the difference. I walked down to the dock and stared across the lake. The fog had mostly lifted by then, but the opposite shore was still partially obscured. Just the dark outline of pines visible. Nothing moving, nothing white, nothing unusual. For the rest of the day, I kept the kids close to the cabin. We played cards, made lunch, tried to act normal. I told them to stay away from the water just to be safe, blaming it on wildlife activity. That afternoon, I took my binoculars and scanned the opposite shore carefully. Nothing. As the day wore on, I started to convince myself it had been their imagination, enhanced by the morning mist. Maybe a white plastic bag caught in a tree that moved in the wind. Maybe an actual dog that stood on its hind legs for a moment. Logical explanations existed. But then evening came, we made hot dogs over the fire pit, and things almost felt normal again. The girls seemed calmer, though they kept glancing at the lake. Jason, who'd been told a watered-down version of their story, kept asking questions about the weird white dog, which wasn't helping. Lisa and I shared looks over the kids' heads. We'd planned to stay another 10 days, but I could tell she was thinking what I was. Maybe we should cut this trip short. Neither of us fully believed what the girls had seen, but their fear was real enough. Around 9, we put out the fire and headed inside. The cabin has 2 small bedrooms, one for Lisa and me, and one with bunk beds for the kids. We all brushed our teeth, said goodnight, and tried to settle in for the night. I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the girls' description in my head, imagining what they might have actually seen. Around 11, I gave up and went to sit on the screened porch with a beer. The night was clear now, moonlight reflecting off the lake. Beautiful, peaceful. Then I noticed the silence. If you've spent time in the woods, you know they're never actually quiet. There's always something. Wind in the trees, insects buzzing, frogs croaking, the distant hoot of an owl. But that night, there was nothing. Just the soft lapping of water against our dock posts. No crickets, no frogs, no rustling leaves. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. Something was wrong, very wrong. That's when I heard it. Footsteps in the pine needles and dirt around the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps. Not a deer or raccoon. Those moved differently. These were bipedal steps, a steady rhythm circling our cabin. I sat frozen, beer halfway to my mouth. The footsteps moved from the side of the cabin toward the back, then around to the other side, circling us. I desperately wanted to believe it was a person, maybe a lost hiker or a nosy neighbor from further down the lake. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The footsteps stopped directly behind where I sat on the porch. I could feel eyes on me through the screen. Then came a low growl. Not like a dog or wolf or bear. Nothing I'd ever heard before. It was deep, but somehow hollow, like it came from something with an empty chest cavity. I stood up slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't see anything through the screen in the darkness, just the vague outline of the trees, but I knew it was there, watching me. In a moment of either bravery or absolute stupidity, I threw my beer bottle as hard as I could toward the trees. It shattered against a pine trunk with a crash that seemed deafening in the silence. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then something hit the side of our tent with a thud. When I turned on my flashlight to look, I saw it was a shard of glass from my beer bottle. Whatever was out there had thrown it back, and it had thrown it with enough force that it sliced right through the canvas tent where Sarah was sleeping and cut her arm. Her scream woke everyone up. The next few minutes were chaos. Lisa grabbing towels to stop the bleeding, Jason crying, Emma trying to barricade the door with a chair, and outside, the footsteps resumed, faster now, still circling, but with a frenzied energy. I grabbed our first aid kit and helped Lisa bandage Sarah's arm. The cut wasn't too deep, but it was long, from her elbow almost to her wrist. She kept saying, "It found us, Daddy. It followed us from the lake." I wanted to tell her she was wrong, that it was just a bizarre coincidence, but I couldn't get the words out, because I knew she was right. Whatever they'd seen that morning had come for us. We huddled in the main room of the cabin, away from windows, as the thing circled and circled. Occasionally it would stop, and we'd hear that awful growl again. or sometimes a strange clicking sound. Once, something scratched along the outside wall, not like an animal pawing, but like fingers dragging deliberately, slowly. I had my hunting knife, which seemed laughably inadequate. I'd left my gun at home that year because Jason had become curious about it, and I didn't trust the cabin's old lockbox. Now I was regretting that decision fiercely. Around 3 in the morning, the footsteps finally stopped. We waited, barely breathing, for what felt like hours. Nothing, just silence. That same unnatural quiet, with no night creatures making their usual sounds. None of us slept. We sat there, huddled together on the floor between the couch and the wall, waiting for dawn. Sarah's arm had stopped bleeding, but the bandage was soaked through. Jason had finally fallen into an exhausted sleep against Lisa's shoulder. Emma just stared at the door, flinching at every creak the old cabin made as it cooled in the night air. The first grey light of dawn felt like a miracle. I peered out the window cautiously, half expecting to see some bone-white figure staring back. There was nothing, just our little clearing, the dock, the calm surface of the lake. We packed up in record time. Nobody argued about leaving early. Nobody wanted breakfast. We just threw everything into the car and left, not even taking time to secure the canoe properly or lock all the windows. As we drove down the long dirt road that led away from the cabin, I kept checking the rearview mirror. The trees created a dark tunnel behind us, and I was certain I'd see something white step out onto the road. But there was nothing. Just as we reached the paved road that would take us back to civilization, Sarah spoke up from the back seat. "I saw it again," she whispered. "When we were driving away, it was standing between 2 trees watching us go. No one asked her to describe it. No one questioned her. We just drove in silence all the way home. We never went back to the cabin. Made up excuses for family members who asked why, said we'd gotten too busy or the kids outgrew it. The truth was, none of us could bear the thought of returning. Sarah's cut got infected despite our attempts to clean it properly. The doctor asked what had caused it, and we mumbled something about a broken bottle. He gave her antibiotics and stitched it up, but she still has the scar, a long, thin line running down her forearm. Sometimes I think about selling the cabin, but that would mean explaining to potential buyers why we never go there anymore. And how could I in good conscience sell it to another family with children? So it sits there, emptying our bank account every year for property taxes on a place we'll never visit again. I've thought about hiring someone to go check on it, maybe clean it up a bit in case family members want to use it. But every time I pick up the phone to call a property management company, I picture that beer bottle shard slicing through canvas and I hang up. I researched the area's history after we got home, looking for legends or stories that might explain what we encountered. Found nothing concrete, just vague mentions in some old Ojibwe tales about hollow ones or skinwalkers that didn't quite match what the girls described. I've tried to convince myself there's a rational explanation, that the girls saw something normal made strange by fog and distance, that the footsteps were from a curious black bear, that the thrown glass was a bizarre coincidence of wind or physics. But I know better. Something was watching my daughters from across that lake. Something followed us back to our cabin. Something circled us all night, taunting us, letting us know we were intruders. And the worst part, I sometimes wonder if it's still there, if it watches from the trees every summer, waiting for us to return. Story 13. I've been debating whether to share this for years. My hands are literally shaking as I type this out, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but they just suggested it was a panic attack combined with an overactive imagination. It wasn't. What happened that night at the abandoned hacienda outside San Rafael was real. This happened about 4 years ago when I, Carlos, was 22. I grew up in San Rafael, a small town surrounded by countryside and farmland. Like any small town, we had our local legends and ghost stories. The one that always fascinated me involved an old abandoned hacienda located between two small lakes in a vast prairie about 15 minutes from my family's home. Growing up, the adults would warn us to stay away from La Hacienda Quemada, the burned hacienda. They said it attracted strange things, lights where there shouldn't be any, shadow figures moving across the windows, and livestock that would go missing if they grazed too close. My grandpa even claimed to have seen something there back in the 80s that made him refuse to ever talk about it in detail. My two best friends, Miguel and Fernando, and I had talked about checking it out for years, but never actually got around to it. Miguel was always the athletic one. He played soccer and ran track. Fernando was heavier, into video games and comics. I was somewhere in between, though I had a minor heart condition that meant I couldn't overexert myself too much. One weekend in late autumn, Miguel was back from university, Fernando had time off work, and I had just finished a big project. So we finally decided to do it. We planned everything carefully. We'd meet at the entrance to the prairie at 7 p.m., bring flashlights, water, and fully charged phones. The plan was to explore the hacienda, maybe take some photos and be back before midnight. I remember when we first met up that evening, we were all joking around. Fernando had brought some beers, which we quickly drank while leaning against Miguel's car at the entrance to the dirt path. We were making stupid ghost noises and laughing about how we'd probably just find some old farmer using the place to store equipment. We started our walk as the sun was setting. The prairie stretched out in front of us, tall grass swaying in the breeze, a dirt path winding through it toward where the hacienda stood in the distance. The sky was turning this deep orange-red color, and in any other situation, it would have been beautiful. About 10 minutes into our walk, I noticed how quiet it had gotten. No birds calling, no insects buzzing, just the sound of the dry autumn leaves and grass crunching beneath our feet. I remember mentioning it to Miguel, who just shrugged and said animals probably sensed us coming. As we got closer to the hacienda, I couldn't help feeling like we were being watched. The feeling was so intense that I kept turning around, convinced I'd catch someone following us. There was never anyone there, just the endless prairie grass and the dirt path stretching back to where we'd started. The hacienda itself was way more intimidating than I expected. From a distance, it had just looked like an old farmhouse, but up close, you could see that parts of it had been burned. The stone walls were blackened in places, and half of the roof was gone. What was most disturbing were the symbols spray-painted across the front, pentagrams, upside-down crosses, and other symbols I didn't recognize. Typical teenager stuff probably, but still unsettling. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, Fernando said, his earlier bravado completely gone. We came all this way, Miguel replied, turning on his flashlight as the last of the daylight disappeared. Let's at least look inside. The inside was even worse. Broken furniture, empty bottles, animal droppings, and more of those symbols painted on the interior walls. The smell was awful, like something had died in there years ago, and the stench had soaked into the very walls. We had been inside for maybe 20 minutes, taking photos with our phones and exploring the different rooms, when Fernando suddenly froze, staring out one of the broken windows. "Guys," he whispered, "there's someone out there." Miguel and I rushed to the window. About 200 meters away, at the edge where the prairie met a small cluster of trees, there was what looked like a person just standing there, completely still. "It's probably just someone else exploring," Miguel said, but his voice sounded uncertain. "At this time of night, in the middle of nowhere?" I asked, feeling my heartbeat quicken. We watched for a minute, trying to make out details, but it was too dark and too far away. Then the figure moved, but not like a person walking. It was there 1 second, and then it was suddenly much closer, like it had crossed 50 meters in a single instant. "What the fuck?" Miguel whispered. The figure moved again. Another impossible burst of speed, bringing it closer. We could see now it was definitely human-shaped, but something was off about the proportions. Fernando suddenly turned pale. He grabbed both our arms so hard it hurt. "We need to run, now!" "What, why?" I started to ask, but then I felt it, a presence behind us. We all turned around slowly. Standing in the doorway of the room we were in was, I still don't know how to describe it properly. It looked like a person, but it was tall, over 6'3" easily. Its limbs were too long, too thin, and it had approached without making a single sound. I couldn't see its face clearly in the darkness, but I could feel it watching us. The air in the room felt heavier, colder, like all the oxygen was being sucked out. Fernando screamed. It was the most terrified sound I've ever heard a human make. We ran. We didn't discuss it or plan it. All three of us just bolted past that thing and out of the hacienda as fast as we possibly could. I remember as we rushed past it, the air felt wrong, like running through cold water. Outside, we sprinted across the prairie back toward the path. I've never run so fast in my life. My heart was pounding dangerously. I could feel it straining against my chest. Fernando was wheezing behind me, struggling to keep up due to his weight. Miguel was ahead of us both, but he kept looking back, making sure we were following. What should have been a 30-minute walk took us less than 15 minutes to run back. About halfway, near a small dam between the lakes, I made the mistake of looking back. The figure was following us, but it had changed. It wasn't upright anymore. It was on all fours, moving like some kind of animal, but fast. Impossibly fast. Its body seemed to twist and contort as it ran, like its bones were rearranging themselves. "Don't look back," Miguel shouted when he saw me turning. "Just run!" My lungs were burning. My heart felt like it was about to burst. I genuinely thought I was going to die, either from heart failure or from whatever was chasing us. Finally, we saw the lights from the housing area near where we'd parked. A security guard from one of the houses spotted us running and came out to meet us. We must have looked insane. 3 grown men, pale as sheets, gasping for breath and barely able to speak. The security guard let us sit in his booth while we caught our breath. He kept asking what happened, if someone had attacked us, if we needed an ambulance. Fernando was having a full-on panic attack. I couldn't stop shaking. Miguel, always the composed one, managed to say we'd just gotten spooked by something in the prairie and overreacted. I don't think the guard believed us, but he didn't press the issue. He called us a taxi, and we went back to get Miguel's car the next day in broad daylight, with Miguel's older brother along for support. The days after were terrible. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing, both its humanoid form and the way it moved on all fours. I kept feeling like I was being watched, like it had somehow followed me home. I would wake up at 3 in the morning, convinced something was standing in the corner of my bedroom. Miguel, Fernando, and I talked about it once, about a week later. Fernando said he'd been having nightmares. Miguel tried to rationalize it, saying it was probably just some homeless person who lived out there, and the 4-legged movement was just our fear distorting what we saw. But his hands were shaking as he spoke, and I knew he didn't believe that any more than we did. We made a pact never to talk about it again, and to never ever go back to that place. We've kept that promise. It's been 4 years, and I still get that feeling sometimes, that I'm being watched, that something followed me home that night. I've moved twice since then. I've even left San Rafael altogether, but sometimes, especially at night, I still feel it. The worst part is not knowing what it was. Was it a person playing an elaborate prank? Some kind of animal that just looked human-like in the dark, or something else entirely? I've researched local folklore since then, and found stories of shapeshifters in Mexican legends, beings that can appear human but transform into animals. Some call them naguals or skinwalkers. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is what we saw was real. What chased us was real, and sometimes I still feel its eyes on me. I haven't spoken to Fernando in about 2 years, He moved away to Mexico City and cut contact with most people from San Rafael. Miguel and I still text occasionally, but we never mention that night. If you've read this far, thank you. I know it sounds crazy. Most days, I try to convince myself it was just a panic response, an overactive imagination, combined with the power of suggestion from all those local legends I grew up hearing. But then, I remember the way that thing moved, the impossible speed, the way its body seemed to reshape itself, and I know what I saw. I guess some mysteries are better left unexplored. If you ever find yourself near San Rafael, stay away from that old hacienda. Whatever walks those grounds, whatever stalks between those two lakes, it isn't human. And I don't think it's bound by the same rules of reality that we are. Every noise at night still makes me jump. Every shadow in my peripheral vision makes my heart race. But the worst nights are when everything is completely silent, when it feels like the whole world is holding its breath, waiting, just like the prairie did before we saw that thing. I can't shake the feeling that one day I'll look up and see it again, standing in the distance, watching me. And this time, I won't be able to run fast enough. Story 14. I'm still shaking as I type this. I need to get this experience out of my system, even though it happened 3 days ago. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened, or at least stop the nightmares that have been keeping me up. So my friends and I had been planning this camping trip for over 2 months. It was supposed to be our big fall adventure before winter hit. Me, Sarah, Alex, Jamie, and Michael. We'd all been swamped with work and needed to get away. Alex found this gorgeous spot in Plumas National Forest with this beautiful lake that looked amazing in the photos. The plan was straightforward. Hike 10 miles to the lake on Saturday, camp overnight, then head back Sunday. We got an early start last Saturday morning. The weather was perfect, crisp October air, not too cold, with that smell of pine and fallen leaves. The trail started out well marked, and we were in great spirits, joking around and catching up. Alex was leading since he's always been our unofficial guide on these trips. Jamie and Mike were arguing about some TV show, and I was just happy to be outside after being cooped up in the office all week. About an hour into the hike, we ran into this guy on the trail. He looked to be in his 30s, wearing jeans and hiking boots, which struck me as odd since jeans aren't great hiking attire. He had a small day pack and was heading back in the direction we had come from. "You folks heading to the lake?" he asked, all friendly-like. Alex nodded. "Yeah, planning to camp there tonight." "Oh, then you definitely want to check out the waterfall on the way," the guy said. "It's amazing this time of year." We hadn't heard about any waterfall, but Alex seemed interested. "Is it on this trail?" The guy shook his head and pointed to our right, where there was what looked like a faint path between some trees. "There's a shortcut through there, way better than the main route. Cuts off like 2 miles, and you get to see the waterfall. The main trail just goes the long way around." I don't know why, but something felt off about him. Maybe it was how eager he seemed for us to take this alternate route, or maybe it was just that his smile didn't reach his eyes. I've always trusted my gut, and right then it was telling me something wasn't right. "Is it a marked trail?" I asked, trying not to sound as uneasy as I felt. "Not officially," he said with a quick laugh, "but locals use it all the time. You can't miss the waterfall. Just follow the sound of the water once you get close. Trust me, it's worth it." Alex and Mike were already nodding, and Jamie looked curious. I wanted to say something more, but I didn't want to be the paranoid one of the group. The guy gave us a few more directions, then continued on his way. "What do you guys think?" Alex asked once the guy was out of earshot. "A waterfall sounds cool," Mike said. "And cutting off 2 miles isn't bad either." I spoke up then. "I don't know, guys. Something about that dude seemed weird to me." Jamie looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "How so?" "I don't know," I said, feeling stupid. "Just a feeling." And we don't know if this shortcut is even real. Alex pulled out his phone. No service to check the map, but he seemed to know what he was talking about. "Come on, Sarah," Mike said. "Where's your sense of adventure?" That's the thing about group dynamics. Sometimes you go along with things even when your instincts are screaming at you not to. I wish I had pushed harder. We turned onto the unmarked path. At first it wasn't too bad, a bit overgrown but still recognizable as a trail. But after about 20 minutes, it started getting steeper and rockier. There were sections where we had to use our hands to climb over boulders. What bothered me most was that the path showed no signs of recent use, no footprints, no disturbed vegetation. If locals used this trail all the time, as the guy claimed, there should have been some evidence of that. About 45 minutes in, we came across this small stack of rocks, a cairn, sitting right in the middle of the path. It was neatly arranged, with 5 stones balanced perfectly on top of each other. "That's weird," Jamie said, voicing what we were all thinking. "That wasn't there when we walked this way, was it?" We all looked at each other. We would have noticed it if it had been there before. "Maybe that guy circled back and placed it as a marker for us," Mike suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe that any more than the rest of us did. The trail started to get even more difficult to follow, eventually disappearing into dense trees. We couldn't hear any water, let alone see a waterfall. And by this point, we'd been on this shortcut for over an hour, longer than it would have taken us on the main trail. "I think we should turn back," I said finally. "This doesn't feel right." To my relief, no one argued. We turned around and started retracing our steps. That's when things got truly unsettling. About 10 minutes into our return journey, we came across another cairn, identical to the one we'd seen earlier. Except this one was in a spot we had definitely passed through already, and it hadn't been there before. "What the hell?" Alex muttered. "This wasn't here, right?" We all confirmed it wasn't. Someone had placed it while we were walking away from the main trail. The realization that someone was following us, watching us, hit me like a punch to the stomach. Alex pulled out his phone again, trying to get a GPS signal, but still nothing. "We need to get back to the main trail," he said, his voice tense. "Stay together and move quickly." We picked up our pace, all of us on high alert. The forest seemed different now, threatening instead of peaceful. Every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone watching us. That's when we heard it, a branch snapping nearby. We all froze. Then we saw him, the same man from earlier, partially hidden behind a tree about 30 feet away. He wasn't smiling anymore. His expression was cold, calculating. Before any of us could react, 2 other men emerged from the trees to our right. They were dressed similarly to the first guy, but what made my blood run cold was that they were both carrying machetes. "Drop your packs," the first man called out, his voice eerily calm. "Just leave everything and walk away and nobody gets hurt." Time seemed to slow down. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Alex was standing closest to me, and I felt his hand brush against mine. "Run," he whispered so quietly I barely heard it. "Now." I don't remember consciously deciding to move. My body just reacted. One moment we were standing still, the next we were crashing through the forest, away from the men. I heard shouting behind us, then the sound of pursuit. We didn't stay on the trail. It would have been too easy for them to follow us. Instead, we ran straight through the underbrush, branches whipping against our faces and arms. I was gasping for air, my lungs burning, but terror kept me moving. At one point, I heard Jamie cry out behind me. I glanced back to see one of the men had gotten close enough that his hand had grazed Jamie's jacket, but Jamie managed to break free and keep running. I don't know how long we ran. Time became meaningless. All I know is that eventually, miraculously, we stumbled onto the main trail again, but we didn't stop. We kept running until we reached the parking lot, which thankfully wasn't too far. The lot was nearly empty, just our car and an old pickup truck with mud covering where the license plates should have been. We piled into our car, Alex fumbling with the keys, and peeled out of there as fast as possible. We drove straight to the nearest police station and reported what happened. The officers took our statements, but didn't seem particularly alarmed. They said they'd look into it, but we never heard anything back despite following up twice. I get the feeling they thought we were just some city folks who got spooked in the woods. It's been 3 days, and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. I keep wondering what would have happened if we hadn't turned back when we did, or if we hadn't been able to outrun those men. Who were they? What did they want? Our gear, or something worse? I've been obsessively researching the area since we got back. There are no reports of similar incidents that I could find, but there have been several missing hikers in Plumas National Forest over the years. How many of them took an unmarked shortcut on a stranger's recommendation? All I know is that I'm never hiking without downloading offline maps again, and I'm definitely never taking trail advice from strangers. And if you're planning to hike in Plumas National Forest, stick to the marked trails, please. The 4 of us have a group chat where we've been processing what happened. Alex blames himself for agreeing to take the unmarked trail. Jamie keeps having nightmares about hands grabbing at their jacket. Mike is acting like it wasn't a big deal, but I can tell he's shaken too. As for me, I can't stop thinking about those cairns. Someone followed us, watched us, and left those markers. Why? Was it a signal to the others, or some sick game? I keep replaying that moment when the men emerged from the trees with machetes. Their faces weren't covered. They weren't trying to hide their identities. That's what scares me the most. They weren't worried about being identified, like they knew we wouldn't be in a position to identify them later. I'm jumping at shadows now. Yesterday, I thought I saw a pickup truck similar to the one from the parking lot outside my apartment building, but when I looked again, it was gone. I'm probably just being paranoid. At least that's what I keep telling myself. If anyone reading this has had similar experiences in that area, please share. Or if you know anything about people targeting hikers in national forests, I'd appreciate any information. I need to make sense of what happened because right now I can't stop thinking about how close we came to, well, I don't know what exactly, but nothing good. I used to love hiking and being outdoors. Now I'm not sure when or if I'll feel safe in the woods again. That's the worst part of all of this. Those men didn't just threaten us physically. They stole something from us that day. Our sense of security, our trust in strangers, our belief that the wilderness is a place of peace rather than danger. So please be careful out there. Trust your instincts. And if someone suggests an unmarked trail to you, no matter how friendly they seem, just say no and keep walking. I still don't know if we were targeted specifically or if we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I do know that somewhere in Plumas National Forest there are men with machetes waiting for hikers to stray from the marked paths, and I can't stop wondering how many people before us weren't lucky enough to get away. Story 15. My family and I had been planning our Watkins Glen camping trip for months. We'd been cooped up all winter in Buffalo and needed to get away. Me, my wife Sarah, our 2 kids, Jake, 11, and Emma, 8, and our golden retriever Buddy. We finally got a break in our schedules in late May, packed up our well-worn Coleman tent and all our gear, and headed to the park on a Friday morning. We arrived around 1 in the afternoon. The weather was perfect. Mid-70s, slight breeze, not a cloud in the sky. We've camped at Watkins Glen before, so we knew the drill. The gorge trails are incredible, but the campsites can be tricky. Many of them sit on slight to moderate inclines. Nothing crazy, but enough that you need to be careful with how you set up, especially with trailers or RVs. We got a nice spot in the South Loop, B24, which was relatively flat compared to others. After getting our tent set up and organizing our site, I cracked open a beer and sat in my camp chair, just enjoying being outdoors. That's when I noticed them pulling in across the way. It was Site C-17, which sits on a more noticeable grade than ours. The site itself is level enough for tents, but the parking area definitely sits on an incline. The family was driving a fairly new-looking Subaru Outback, pulling what appeared to be a brand-new teardrop trailer. I remember thinking it was one of those fancy ones, probably in the $20,000 range, all shiny aluminum with custom wheels. There were 3 of them. An older woman, maybe in her 60s, a younger woman I guessed was her daughter, probably mid-30s, and a little girl around Emma's age. They were clearly struggling with backing the trailer into the site. The younger woman was driving, and the grandmother was outside trying to direct her. You could tell from their body language and the way they were moving that they weren't experienced with trailers. I remember deciding not to walk over and offer help. It's kind of a guy thing sometimes. You see someone struggling with something mechanical or technical and you want to jump in. But I've been on the receiving end of unwanted advice too many times, and sometimes people get defensive. They seemed frustrated already, and I didn't want to come across as the know-it-all neighbor mansplaining how to park a trailer, so I just sipped my beer and occasionally glanced over, figuring they'd eventually get it. After about 20 minutes, they finally got the trailer positioned where they wanted it. I saw the younger woman get out, walk to the hitch and start to unhook it from the Subaru. I didn't think much of it at the time. We went about our business, setting up our camp kitchen and planning our hike for the next day. Around 2:45 that afternoon, I decided to take Buddy for a walk around the campground. Jake wanted to come along, so we leashed up the dog and set off, leaving Sarah and Emma to organize the food supplies. We headed toward the main loop, past the shower house, talking about what trail we wanted to hit first tomorrow. We were about 10 minutes into our walk when we heard sirens. Not unusual near a state park. Could be anything from a medical emergency to a car accident on the nearby highway. But then we saw the lights getting closer, turning into the campground entrance. Jake got excited like kids do when emergency vehicles are around, so we paused our walk to watch as an ambulance and 2 park ranger vehicles sped past us toward the camping loops. "Wonder what happened, Dad?" Jake asked. "Probably someone got hurt on a trail," I said. "Maybe twisted an ankle or something." But something about the urgency of the vehicles made me uneasy. We continued our walk, following the general direction the emergency vehicles had gone. As we rounded the bend towards Sea Loop, we saw them, lights flashing, parked right near where we'd been earlier. A small crowd was forming and my stomach dropped. "Let's head back this way," I told Jake, trying to sound casual. Something was wrong and I didn't want him to see whatever it was. But he'd already spotted the commotion. "Dad, that's near our campsite. Is Mom okay?" "I'm sure everything's fine," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "but let's go check." As we got closer, I saw the emergency vehicles were at Site C-17, the family with the teardrop trailer. The crowd was being kept back by a park ranger. I spotted our neighbor from B-26, a guy named Dave we'd chatted with earlier that day. "What happened?" I asked him, keeping Jake close. Dave's face was pale. "That trailer back there," he said, gesturing towards C-17. "They unhitched it without chocking the wheels. It was on that slope and just rolled." My blood ran cold. "Was anyone hurt?" Dave nodded grimly. "The older lady? She tried to stop it." I immediately looked for Jake, who was thankfully distracted by Buddy pulling on the leash to sniff something. I lowered my voice. "How bad?" "Bad," Dave said. "Really bad. She got dragged under it for about 30 feet down the hill until it crashed into those trees back there." I looked past the emergency vehicles to where he was pointing. The shiny teardrop trailer was wedged between 2 large oaks at the bottom of a slope that dropped away behind the campsites. It must have picked up significant speed on that incline. "Jesus," I whispered. I saw the whole thing. Dave continued, his voice shaking slightly. They had just unhitched it from the car, and I guess they didn't realize they needed to secure it first. The second that hitch came off the ball, the trailer started rolling backward. The older woman was behind it and yelled something. Then she tried to grab it and stop it. He paused, swallowing hard. But that thing probably weighs close to 1,000 pounds. It knocked her down immediately. Then she got caught underneath somehow. Her daughter was screaming, running after it. The little girl was just standing there, frozen. I felt sick. Just 45 minutes earlier, I'd been watching them struggle with parking. Should I have gone over? Would my help have prevented this? The guilt hit me like a punch to the gut. Is she... I couldn't finish the question. She was alive when they got to her, Dave said, but it's not good. Multiple broken bones for sure. She was conscious but in shock. They're stabilizing her now before transport. Just then, we heard a commotion as the paramedics emerged from the tree line. They were carefully carrying a stretcher. From where we stood, I could see the woman strapped to it, neck immobilized, an oxygen mask over her face. Her skin was ashen gray. Blood had soaked through bandages on her head and arm. They were moving with urgent precision, talking in those clipped technical terms medical professionals use in emergencies. The younger woman, the daughter, was following alongside, holding the hand of the little girl. She was openly sobbing, her face contorted in anguish. The child looked shell-shocked, her eyes wide and uncomprehending. A female park ranger had her arm around the mother's shoulders, guiding them toward the ambulance. "Daddy, what happened to that lady?" Jake had turned his attention back to the scene. "There was an accident, buddy," I said, turning him away. "Let's head back to our campsite and check on Mom and Emma." As we walked away, I heard the ambulance doors close and the sirens start up again. I glanced back to see it speeding out of the campground, lights flashing. When we got back to our site, Sarah was standing at the edge, looking concerned. "What happened over there?" she asked. "I heard sirens." I sent Jake to the tent to get something, then quickly filled Sarah in on what happened. Her hand went to her mouth. Oh my God, that poor woman, and her family having to witness that. "I saw them having trouble earlier," I admitted, the guilt heavy in my voice. "I thought about going over to help, but I didn't want to intrude." "Mark, you can't blame yourself," Sarah said firmly. "You had no way of knowing." But I did blame myself. All evening, as we went through the motions of cooking dinner and trying to maintain a normal camping atmosphere for the kids, I kept replaying the scene in my head. If I had walked over there, if I had casually offered some help or advice, would that grandmother be fighting for her life right now? The mood throughout the campground was subdued that night. News travels fast in places like that. We learned from other campers that a medical helicopter had landed at a nearby field to transport the woman to a trauma center in Rochester, about an hour and a half away by car. Her injuries were too severe for the local hospital to handle. The next morning, the daughter and granddaughter returned briefly with a park ranger to collect their belongings. I watched from a distance as they silently packed up their tent and supplies, moving mechanically like people in a trance. The teardrop trailer remained where it had crashed, apparently requiring special equipment to remove it safely. I wanted to approach them, to express my condolences or offer help, but what could I possibly say? "I'm sorry I didn't help you park correctly." It felt hollow and self-serving, so I stayed away, my guilt keeping me rooted to our campsite. Later that day, while the kids were with Sarah at the playground, I walked over to where the accident happened. The site was now roped off with caution tape. I stood at the top of the incline and looked down to where the trailer had come to rest. The distance wasn't that far, maybe 70 or 80 feet, but the grade was steep enough that once the trailer started rolling, there would have been no stopping it by hand. The ground was torn up from the trailer's wheels, leaving ugly gashes in the earth. Small bits of debris, a broken plastic cup, some torn fabric that might have been clothing, were scattered along the path. A park ranger came by while I was standing there. "Awful thing," he said, shaking his head. "Do you know how she's doing?" I asked. "Last update we got was that she's in critical condition," he said grimly. "Multiple fractures, internal bleeding, head trauma. It's touch and go." He looked down at the trailer in the trees. "Been doing this job 15 years. Seen all kinds of camping accidents, falls, burns. Even had a guy get mauled by a black bear once up in the Adirondacks. But something like this," he trailed off. "The worst part is how preventable it was. Basic trailer safety. Always chock your wheels before unhitching, especially on a slope. And if you're on an incline, position perpendicular to the grade when possible, not parallel. Such a simple thing." I nodded, the knot in my stomach tightening. Such a simple thing that I knew. Knowledge I could have shared. "You know what really gets me?" the ranger continued. "That trailer's brand new, has all the bells and whistles, probably cost them north of 20 grand. But trailer dealers don't always go over safety basics with buyers, especially first-timers. They're so excited about the sale, talking about features and upgrades, that they skip over the fundamentals." We stood in silence for a moment. "Anyway," he finally said, "we're keeping the site closed off until we can get that trailer removed. Should be tomorrow." We stayed at Watkins Glen 2 more nights as planned, but the joy had been sucked out of our trip. Every time I walked Buddy, we deliberately went the opposite direction from Sea Loop. I couldn't bear to see that trailer in the trees or the empty campsite. The kids picked up on our subdued mood, though we tried to shield them from the details of what happened. On our last morning, while packing up, I overheard some campers saying the grandmother had survived the initial surgeries but remained in critical condition. Multiple broken ribs, a collapsed lung, fractured pelvis, broken arm, and a serious head injury. Her prognosis was uncertain. It's been 3 weeks now. I sometimes search online for any news about her, though I don't even know her name. There's been nothing in the news that I can find. The image of that trailer rolling down the hill plays in my mind on repeat. The what-ifs are endless. Last weekend, we were at a friend's house for a barbecue. Someone was talking about their upcoming camping trip, and I found myself almost frantically explaining trailer safety procedures to them. They looked at me strangely, probably wondering why I was so intense about it. I eventually had to excuse myself and go inside for a few minutes to compose myself. Sarah says I need to forgive myself, that I couldn't have known what would happen. Logically, I know she's right. But logic doesn't ease the feeling that I could have prevented a tragedy with just a few friendly words of advice. I don't know if I'll ever be able to enjoy camping the same way again. Every time I see a trailer now, I check for wheel chocks and proper positioning. It's become an obsession. And I can't shake the image of that grandmother trying desperately to stop 1,000 pounds of metal from rolling. The terror she must have felt in that moment, the helplessness of her family watching it happen. I've learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous situations look completely ordinary until they're not. And that being afraid of seeming intrusive or annoying can have consequences far worse than a moment of social awkwardness. If you see someone who might need help or advice, especially in a potentially dangerous situation, please say something. I wish I had. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last summer in Harrow Creek. I've never told the full story to anyone outside my friend group, but I need to get this off my chest. Me, Jason, Tyler, and Mike had been looking for something to do all summer. We were 16, bored out of our minds, and tired of hanging out at the same spots. Tyler was the one who suggested we explore the woods near Harrow Creek. His older brother had mentioned there were some old ruins back there, and we were immediately interested. I mean, who wouldn't be? Secret ruins in the woods sounded like the perfect adventure. It was a hot August day when we decided to check it out. The humidity was suffocating, and sweat was already soaking through my t-shirt as we hiked through the dense forest. We'd been walking for about 40 minutes when Tyler pointed ahead. "There, I think I see something." Through the trees, I could make out what looked like grey concrete walls. As we got closer, I realized we'd found what we were looking for. The ruins were basically just old concrete walls, maybe chest high, forming a rough rectangle. Most of the walls were still standing, though they were crumbling in places. The whole thing was covered in vines and moss, like nature had been trying to reclaim it for decades. "What do you think this place was?" I asked, running my hand along the rough concrete. "My brother said it might have been an old house foundation," Tyler said. "Or maybe some kind of industrial thing. Nobody really knows." Near the walls was this weird circular pit, about 6 feet across and half filled with old bricks and debris. It looked like it might have been a well or something, but it was hard to tell with all the overgrowth. Mike was the first to climb over one of the broken sections of wall. "Guys, this is awesome. We could make this our spot." That's exactly what we did. We had come prepared for an adventure. Jason had brought a hatchet. I had my dad's old machete, which I wasn't supposed to touch, let alone take. And both Tyler and Mike had pocket knives. We spent the next few hours clearing away brush and vines from inside the concrete rectangle. It was hard work, but it felt good, like we were pioneers or something, claiming this forgotten place as our own. By late afternoon, we had cleared most of the inside area. The walls created this perfect little contained space, maybe 15 by 20 feet. There was an opening on one side that must have been a doorway once. We gathered some rocks to make a fire pit in the center, and by dusk, we had a decent fire going. We sat around that fire feeling like kings. Our phones had no signal this deep in the woods, but we didn't care. This was better than scrolling through social media or playing video games. This was real. We roasted some hot dogs we'd brought and talked about turning this place into our permanent hangout spot. Maybe bring some tarps next time for a roof, or some chairs. "We should name it," Jason said, poking at the fire with a stick. "How about Fort Harrow?" Mike suggested. "That sounds like a prison," Tyler laughed. "The ruins," I said. "Simple, sounds mysterious." Everyone nodded in agreement. The ruins it was. As night fell completely, the woods around us changed. During the day, the forest had been full of birds chirping and leaves rustling. Now, it was eerily quiet. The fire cast these weird dancing shadows on the concrete walls, and the trees beyond seemed to close in around us. What had felt like an adventure now had an edge of something else to it. Around 10 o'clock, Mike announced he needed to pee. "Just go behind that tree," Jason pointed outside the walls. Mike shook his head. "Nah, man, I gotta take a dump. I'm gonna run to Tyler's house." Tyler's place was the closest to the woods, maybe a 10-minute walk through the trees, and then another 5 along the road. "You sure you want to go alone?" I asked, suddenly not liking the idea of any of us being alone in these woods. "I'll be fine," Mike said, grabbing the maglite we'd brought. "Be back in 20. We watched as the beam of his flashlight disappeared among the trees. The 3 of us continued talking around the fire, but I noticed we were all speaking a little quieter now, as if we didn't want to attract attention to ourselves. Maybe 15 minutes had passed when Mike came crashing back through the underbrush. He was sweating and breathing hard, and his face was pale even in the firelight. "What happened?" Tyler jumped up. "Did you even make it to your house?" Mike shook his head, trying to catch his breath. "No, someone was following me." We all fell silent. "What do you mean, following you?" Jason asked. Mike sat down heavily beside the fire. "I was halfway to the road when I heard footsteps behind me, like matching mine exactly. When I walked, they walked. When I stopped, they stopped." "Maybe it was an echo," I suggested, not believing it myself. "No way," Mike said firmly. "I did a test. I took 3 quick steps, then stopped suddenly. I heard 3 steps behind me, then silence. Whatever it was mimicking me." "Did you see anyone?" Tyler asked. Mike shook his head. "I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see anything. That's when I got freaked out and ran back here." I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. The woods suddenly seemed much darker beyond our little circle of firelight. "Probably just some guy messing with you," Jason said, but his voice had an uncertainty to it that made my stomach tighten. We sat in silence for a moment, all of us listening intently to the woods around us. That's when we heard it, a metallic sound from outside the walls, like something hard hitting against the concrete. A hollow, ringing clang that echoed slightly. "What was that?" Tyler whispered. We heard it again. Clang, like someone or something was tapping the outside of our walls with a piece of metal. "Hello?" Jason called out, his voice breaking slightly. "Is anyone there?" No response. Just another clang, this time from a different section of wall. "We need to get out of here," I said, already standing up. "Now!" Nobody argued. Mike kicked dirt onto our fire while the rest of us gathered our backpacks. The fire died quickly, plunging us into darkness. I fumbled with my phone's flashlight. "Don't go out the main opening," Mike whispered urgently. "If someone's out there, that's where they'll expect us to exit." He was right. There was something about the way the metallic sounds were positioned, like whatever was making them was moving around the perimeter, focusing on the doorway-like opening. "This way," Tyler whispered, pointing to a section of wall that had crumbled away enough for us to squeeze through. It was on the opposite side from where we'd been hearing the sounds. One by one, we squeezed through the gap. I went last, and as I pushed my way through, I scraped my arm on the rough concrete. I barely felt it, though. Adrenaline was pumping through my system. Outside the walls, the woods were pitch black. We couldn't take the clear path back. That would lead right past whatever was out there making those sounds. Instead, we headed in a different direction, pushing through dense underbrush that we hadn't cleared. It was a nightmare trying to move quietly. Branches scratched at my face and caught on my clothes. Every snap of a twig under our feet sounded like a gunshot in the quiet night. We used our phone flashlights sparingly, worried about giving away our position, but it was too dark to see without them. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 minutes, we reached the old dirt path that would lead us to the main road. We paused, catching our breath, listening. "I don't hear anything," Jason whispered. "Maybe we—" He stopped mid-sentence, and I followed his gaze toward the tree line we'd just emerged from. There, at the edge of the woods, was a figure. Even in the dim light of our phones, I could make out a person standing there, a man in a dark hoodie, with the hood pulled up so we couldn't see his face. He was just watching us, not moving, not speaking, just standing there, partially hidden among the trees. We didn't wait to see what he would do. Without a word, we turned and ran toward the road. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. My lungs were burning, and branches whipped at my face, but I didn't slow down. None of us did. When we reached the road, we finally dared to look back. The figure had emerged from the trees and was standing at the edge of the road, still watching us. He made no move to follow. As we continued running down the street toward Tyler's house, we burst through Tyler's front door, startling his parents who were watching TV in the living room. We were a mess, covered in dirt, scratched up from branches, and breathing like we'd run a marathon. Tyler's dad jumped up asking what had happened, if we were being chased. Between gasps, we tried to explain about the ruins, the following footsteps, the metallic sounds, and the hooded figure. It sounded crazy even as we said it. Tyler's dad grabbed a flashlight and his phone, saying he was going to check it out. Tyler's mom called our parents while he was gone. Tyler's dad came back about 30 minutes later. He said he'd driven down to where the woods met the road and walked a short way in with his flashlight, but hadn't seen anyone. He told us it was probably just some homeless person who had been camping in the ruins and wanted to scare us off. Or maybe other teenagers playing a prank. That's what the adults decided had happened, a prank or a homeless person. But they hadn't been there. They hadn't heard those footsteps matching Mike's exactly, or the methodical clanging against the concrete walls. They hadn't seen that figure standing perfectly still, watching us from the trees. We never went back to retrieve the things we'd left behind. the hatchet, the machete, some of our backpacks. I told my dad I lost his machete on a regular camping trip, and he grounded me for a month. It was worth it to never have to go near those ruins again. That was last summer. The four of us don't talk about it much anymore, but sometimes I'll catch one of them looking into the woods when we drive past Harrow Creek, and I know they're thinking about it too. About those ruins that we found and claimed as our own for just a few hours. About the sounds in the darkness, about the figure who watched us flee. I still don't know what happened that night. Was it really just someone trying to scare us away from their camping spot? Maybe, but something about how those footsteps matched Mike's exactly, how the clanging moved strategically around the walls, how that figure just stood there watching us. It felt like something else, something calculating, something patient. Sometimes I wonder if the ruins are still there, or if nature has reclaimed them completely. Sometimes I wonder if someone else has found them, made them their own for an afternoon, only to be driven away when night falls. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all, because even now, almost a year later, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night thinking I hear a metallic clang against my bedroom wall, and in that moment between sleep and wakefulness, I'm convinced that whatever was in those woods has followed me home. Story 17. I still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about what happened in Blackwater Valley 3 months ago. I need to get this off my chest, so I'm writing it all down. Even though I've already been over it 100 times with the police, my therapist, and my worried family. There were 4 of us on the research team that day. Me, Ellie, Marcus, Jen, and Dr. Kapoor, who was leading our ecological study. We were documenting the unusual biodiversity in Blackwater Valley for the university's Environmental Science Department. The forest sits right at the edge of the city, this weird pocket of wilderness that somehow survived urban development. It's beautiful there, or at least I used to think so. That morning started so normally, it's almost painful to remember. We met at the university parking lot at 7:30, loaded our gear into Marcus's SUV, and stopped for coffee on the way. I remember Jen complaining about how early it was, while Dr. Kapoor reminded us about the soil samples we needed to collect. We were all in such good moods. We'd been working on this project for months, and the data was coming together beautifully. We arrived at the valley around 8:45. The parking lot was half empty, just a few cars belonging to morning joggers and bird watchers. The weather was perfect, 65 degrees, sunny, with this golden light filtering through the canopy. You know that smell after morning dew when the sun starts warming the forest? That earthy, alive smell? That's what I remember most clearly from before everything happened. We unloaded our equipment, cameras, sample containers, laptops, field journals, our specialized soil testing kit that Dr. Kapoor was so proud of. I had my expensive camera around my neck, the one my parents got me when I graduated. Jen was complaining that her backpack was too heavy, while Marcus joked about her bringing too many snacks. We'd decided to take the Eastern Trail that day. It's less popular, narrower, but better for finding undisturbed samples. We'd been walking for maybe 40 minutes, stopping occasionally to photograph interesting specimens or collect samples. Dr. Kapoor had just found some unusual fungal growth on a fallen log, and we were all gathering around to document it. I remember checking my watch. It was 10:23, because I was thinking we'd break for an early lunch after finishing at this spot. That's when I heard twigs snapping behind us. I didn't think anything of it at first. People use these trails all the time, and we were used to nodding hello to joggers or dog walkers passing by. When I turned around, I saw 2 men standing there. They were maybe 15 feet away, just watching us. Something felt off immediately, but my brain didn't process what it was at first. They weren't dressed for hiking. One wore jeans and a dark hoodie despite the warm day. The other had on cargo pants and a flannel shirt. Neither had backpacks or water bottles. They just stood there, staring. Dr. Kapoor noticed them too, and straightened up, giving them a friendly good morning. The shorter one in the hoodie nodded but didn't smile. The taller one in flannel took a step forward. I remember thinking they must be lost or needing directions. That's how normal my brain still thought this was. Then I noticed how the tall one kept looking around, scanning the trail behind and ahead of us. The short one's hands were in his hoodie pocket, and there was something unnatural about how still he kept them. "Nice equipment you got there," the tall one said. His voice was completely emotionless. Not friendly, not threatening, just flat. Dr. Kapoor, still not sensing danger, smiled and started explaining our research project. "We're from the university, studying the local ecosystem." The short one cut him off. "Shut up." Then he pulled his hand out of his pocket, and he was holding a gun. It was small and black. I don't know anything about guns, but it looked real enough that my entire body went cold. Jen, who was standing next to me, made this little gasping sound. "Don't move," the tall one said. "Don't scream. Give us everything you've got." It's weird how your brain processes shock. I remember standing there, thinking this must be a mistake or a joke. This doesn't happen in real life, not to people like us, not in a place like this. Not at 10:30 in the morning on a research trip. Dr. Kapoor raised his hands slowly. "Take it easy," he said, his voice so calm it was surreal. "We don't want any trouble." "Backpacks on the ground, phones, wallets, everything," the short one said, gesturing with the gun. "Do it now." We all started moving very slowly. Marcus placed his backpack down first, then reached for his wallet. I carefully took my camera off my neck, feeling sick as I set it on the ground. That camera had thousands of research photos on it that I hadn't backed up yet. Jen was breathing really fast next to me. I glanced at her, and her face had gone totally white. Her hands were shaking so badly she couldn't unzip her backpack. The short guy noticed and stepped toward her. "Hurry up!" he snapped. That's when Jen started hyperventilating. She dropped to her knees, clutching her chest, gasping for air. She has anxiety, she'd mentioned it before, but I'd never seen an attack this severe. "She's having a panic attack," Dr. Kapoor said, moving toward her. "Please, let me help her." The tall guy grabbed Dr. Kapoor's arm. "Stay where you are." The guy with the gun pointed it directly at Jen's face. "Shut her up, or I will." That's when the full reality hit me. These men might actually hurt us. They might kill us. No one knew exactly where we were on the trail. We were at least 30 minutes from the parking lot. I felt like I was going to throw up. Marcus slowly knelt beside Jen. "Breathe, Jen. In and out. Focus on me." His voice was shaking, but he was trying so hard to stay calm for her. While this was happening, I noticed movement on the trail ahead of us. A jogger, a woman in her 40s maybe, came around the bend. She took in the scene immediately, us on the ground, the men standing over us, and her eyes went wide. For one hopeful second, I thought she might help somehow, call someone, do something. Instead, she turned around and jogged back the way she'd come. She just left. The short guy laughed. "Smart lady." Over the next 5 minutes, which felt like 5 hours, 3 more people came upon our situation. A couple with hiking poles saw us and immediately diverted onto a side trail without breaking stride. Then a guy on a mountain bike slowed down, stared for a long moment, then pedaled away faster than he'd arrived. Not one person stopped. Not one person called out to ask if we were okay. They all just left. The robbers made us empty our backpacks. They took everything valuable, Dr. Kapoor's soil testing equipment, all our phones, Jen's tablet, Marcus's laptop, my camera. They took our wallets, our watches. Dr. Kapoor had to hand over his wedding ring. The tall one kept looking through our research materials, probably thinking they were worth something before tossing them aside. "Please," I remember saying, "at least leave us the research data. The memory cards. They're worthless to you, but months of work for us." The short one looked at me and smiled. It was the most unsettling smile I've ever seen, empty of everything but satisfaction at my distress. He pocketed all the memory cards and USB drives separately. Jen was still struggling to breathe, curled up on the ground. Marcus had his arm around her shoulders, whispering to her, trying to keep her calm. The tall guy was getting impatient, stuffing our belongings into our own backpacks that they'd emptied. "What about the car keys?" he asked. The short one looked at Dr. Kapoor. "Where are they?" Dr. Kapoor hesitated for just a second. "In my jacket pocket." The man reached into Dr. Kapoor's pocket and pulled out a set of keys. "Which car?" "The blue Toyota in the lot," Dr. Kapoor said. "I remember thinking that was it. We'd be stranded out here with nothing." But then the short guy tossed the keys on the ground between us. "We're not taking your car," he said. "Too easy to track." The tall one had finished packing up. He looked at us, huddled together on the forest floor. "Stay here for 20 minutes. Don't follow us. Don't try anything stupid." The short one backed away, the gun still pointed in our direction. "If we see any of you before we're gone, we'll shoot. Understand?" We all nodded. My entire body was trembling so hard I could barely keep upright. And then they just walked away, disappearing into the trees with all our belongings. We sat there in complete silence, listening to the sound of their footsteps fading. Once we couldn't hear them anymore, Jen started sobbing. Dr. Kapoor checked his watch, the only thing they hadn't taken from him. "We'll wait 15 minutes, he said quietly. "Then head back to the car." Those 15 minutes were the longest of my life. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Every bird call made my heart race. I kept seeing the gun, that small black shape that had completely demolished any sense of safety I'd ever had. But what I couldn't stop thinking about were the people who had seen us, who had clearly seen we were in trouble and just walked away. I couldn't understand it. How could they just leave us there? How could they see a woman having a panic attack, 4 people obviously in distress, and just go on with their day? When Dr. Kapoor finally said it was time to go, Marcus had to help Jen up. She could barely walk. I felt numb, moving on autopilot. We left all our research materials scattered on the ground. Papers, sample containers, notebooks. None of us cared anymore. We just wanted to get out of there. The walk back to the parking lot was a blur. Every person we passed seemed like a potential threat. A family with kids gave us strange looks. Jen's face was streaked with tears, and we must have looked shell-shocked. No one asked if we were okay. When we reached the car, Dr. Kapoor called the police on the emergency phone at the ranger station. They came within 20 minutes, took our statements, searched the area, but we all knew they wouldn't find anything. The officers were sympathetic, but not hopeful about recovering our belongings. "This happens more than you'd think," one officer told us. "These trails are isolated enough for this kind of thing, but close enough to the highway for a quick getaway." That's when we learned there had been other robberies in the area over the past few months. The police had increased patrols, but the forest was too vast to cover completely. They asked if we could describe the men. We tried, but everything had happened so fast, and fear does strange things to memory. Hoodies, average height, one taller than the other, not much to go on. The drive back to the university was silent. Dr. Kapoor dropped us each off at our homes. I remember walking into my apartment, locking the door, then checking it 3 times to make sure it was really locked. I sat on my couch for hours without moving, replaying everything in my mind. The university was understanding about the lost equipment and research. They helped us file insurance claims, offered counseling services. But no amount of support could erase what happened or what we lost. Not just our belongings, but our sense of security, our trust in humanity. It's been 3 months, and I still can't go near wooded areas. I changed my research focus to something I can do entirely in the lab. Marcus took a leave of absence. Jen transferred to another university entirely. Dr. Kapoor still leads field research, but never without university security accompanying the teams now. I've tried to make sense of it all. The robbery itself was terrifying, but at least I understand the motivation. Our equipment was valuable and easy to sell. What I still can't process is the behavior of the bystanders. The jogger who turned around, the hikers who diverted their path, the cyclist who sped away. How could so many people see our distress and choose to do nothing? My therapist calls it the bystander effect. This psychological phenomenon where individuals are less likely to help when others are present. She says people assume someone else will intervene, or they fear becoming victims themselves. She says it's not personal, but it feels personal. It feels like a fundamental betrayal of what I thought humanity was. I used to believe that in a crisis, most people would help. Now I'm not so sure. I check the local crime reports regularly, hoping the police caught these guys, but there's been nothing. Sometimes I imagine our equipment being sold in some pawn shop or online marketplace. My camera with all those irreplaceable photos. The specialized testing equipment that took Dr. Kapoor years to acquire. But more than the physical things, what was stolen that day was my belief in safety, in the basic goodness of people. I used to see Blackwater Valley as this beautiful wilderness, a place of discovery and peace. Now when I think of those sun-dappled trails, I feel nothing but dread. I don't know if I'll ever get past this. I dream about it almost every night. The gun, Jen's panic attack, the people walking away. In my dreams, sometimes the outcome is much worse. Sometimes no one survives to tell the story. I guess I'm sharing this as a warning. Be careful out there. Even the most beautiful places can hide dangers, and when danger finds you, you might be more alone than you ever imagined possible. Story 18. I'm still shaking as I write this. I don't even know where to begin. My hands won't stop trembling. It's been almost 24 hours, but I can't get the image out of my head of what almost happened to my family. My husband, Tom, our 11-year-old daughter, Lily, and I have been going stir-crazy during these lockdowns like everyone else. It's been, 3 months now? Of the same walls, same routines, same everything. We live in Cedar Point, Texas, which is a small enough town that normally we'd be out doing things all the time. Tom coaches Little League. Lily's usually got soccer practice. I volunteer at the library, but with everything shut down, we've been climbing the walls. Yesterday afternoon, Tom suggested we camp in the backyard as something different to break up the monotony. Not exactly a vacation, but at least a change of scenery, right? Lily was super excited about it. She kept running back and forth from the garage, helping Tom drag out our camping gear. This old 4-person tent we bought years ago for a trip to Galveston, our sleeping bags, even this ridiculous battery-powered lantern that makes ghost story shadows on the tent walls. We spent most of yesterday afternoon setting everything up in the yard. Tom was being particular about where to put the tent, kept moving it around trying to find the flattest spot. He finally settled on this area on the left side of our property, right where our yard meets the fence line. For reference, our house sits on a corner lot where 2 streets meet in a T intersection. I made hot dogs for dinner, and we ate them outside like we were really camping. Lily was bouncing off the walls with excitement, talking about staying up late to look at stars and telling ghost stories. We even made s'mores using our fire pit, which was probably breaking some ordnance or another, but honestly, after months of lockdown, I just didn't care anymore. Around 8:30, Tom started getting the sleeping bags arranged in the tent while I was cleaning up the dinner stuff in the kitchen. That's when Lily came inside, looking kind of pale. You know that mom radar that just goes off immediately when your kid looks off? Mine was blaring. "You okay, sweetie?" I asked her, immediately putting my hand on her forehead. She didn't feel warm, but she was definitely not her usual bouncy self. "My stomach hurts," she said, and then she sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "And I'm cold." Now, Lily is not the type of kid who tries to get out of things. If anything, she's the opposite. She'll try to power through being sick because she doesn't want to miss anything fun. So when she voluntarily said she wasn't feeling well, I knew something was up. I called Tom in from outside, and we had one of those silent parent conversations with our eyes. He nodded and said, "How about we save camping for another night, kiddo? Maybe this weekend if you're feeling better." Lily looked genuinely disappointed, but also relieved, which confirmed to me that she really wasn't feeling great. "Can we leave the tent up, though?" she asked. "Sure, we can leave it for now," Tom said, "but let's get you inside and comfy." We moved the sleeping bags back inside, and Lily curled up on the couch with a blanket, while Tom and I watched some forgettable Netflix series. By 10:30, she seemed to be feeling a little better, but still not 100%. We all headed to bed around 11. I remember checking the time because I was thinking about how we would have still been up telling ghost stories if we had gone through with the camping plan. I fell asleep almost immediately. It had been a long day of work. I'm still working from home for the insurance company I've been with for years, plus all the excitement of setting up for camping. The next thing I know, I'm being jolted awake by the most horrific sound. It was this screeching, like tires desperately trying to grip pavement, followed by this sickening crunch of metal and wood. The sound was so loud and so close that I physically jumped out of bed. The clock on my nightstand read 12:32 a.m. Tom was already up, fumbling for his glasses. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, but I was already moving toward Lily's room. She was sitting up in bed, eyes wide. "Mom, Dad, what was that noise?" "Stay in here," I told her firmly, my heart pounding. "Dad and I will check." Tom had grabbed a baseball bat from the closet, this old Louisville slugger he's had since college. We moved cautiously through the house to the front door. Our house isn't huge, so it took just seconds to get there. Through the side window by the door I could see lights, headlights, pointing at a weird angle. "Someone crashed," Tom said, already reaching for the doorknob. "Wait," I grabbed his arm. "Let me call 911 first." I had my phone in my pajama pocket. Mom habit, always have your phone. And I quickly dialed. While it was ringing, Tom slowly opened the door. The porch light was on, illuminating the most terrifying scene I've ever witnessed. A dark sedan, I think it was a Honda Civic or something similar, had completely demolished our fence. Not just knocked it down, obliterated it. Splintered wood was scattered everywhere across our yard. The car had come to rest half in our yard, half still on what remained of our fence line. And the car was sitting exactly where our tent had been set up, exactly where we would have been sleeping. While I was stammering out our address to the 911 operator, explaining that there'd been an accident, Tom stepped out onto the porch. I followed him, still on the phone. "Hello? Is anyone hurt?" Tom called out. That's when we saw him. The driver's side door of the car opened, and this guy stumbled out. Even from the porch, I could tell something was off about him. He wasn't moving right, swaying, uncoordinated. He was probably in his mid-20s with this shaggy hair and what looked like a black t-shirt. The 911 operator was asking if there were injuries, but I couldn't take my eyes off this guy. "I don't know," I whispered into the phone. "The driver is out of the car. I think he's intoxicated." The man looked around, seemingly confused about where he was. Then he spotted us standing on the porch. He started walking, stumbling, toward our house. "Stay where you are, buddy," Tom called out, his voice firm but not threatening. "We've called for help." The guy kept coming, and that's when we started to hear him talking. At first it was just mumbling, unintelligible. But as he got closer, his voice got louder, more agitated. I couldn't make out exact words, but the tone was unmistakable. This guy was angry. "Sir, please stay by your vehicle," I called out, trying to sound authoritative despite the fear spreading through my chest. The 911 operator was saying something about police being dispatched, but all I could focus on was this stranger getting closer to our home, to us, to Lily. Tom stepped forward, positioning himself at the top of the porch steps, baseball bat held loosely but visibly at his side. I was frozen in place, the phone pressed to my ear, my other hand clutching the doorframe. The man was at the bottom of our yard now, maybe 20 feet from the porch steps. Under the porch light, I could see his face more clearly. His eyes were unfocused, pupils huge. He was sweating despite the cool night air, and he was still talking, a stream of words that made no sense but sounded increasingly hostile. "The police are on their way," Tom said loudly. "You need to stay right there." The guy started up our walkway. "Fucking house, my house," he slurred, his words becoming clearer as he got closer. "Who the fuck are you people in my house?" Ice ran through my veins. He thought we were in his house? This was bad, really bad. Just as he reached the bottom of our porch steps, I heard the blessed sound of sirens in the distance. The man hesitated, looking over his shoulder toward the sound. Tom took advantage of his distraction. "That's the police coming. You should go back to your car and wait for them there." The guy swayed on his feet, looking confused again. He took one step up onto our porch steps. The sirens got louder, and then suddenly there were flashing lights illuminating the whole scene. 2 police cars pulled up in front of our house, and officers were getting out, hands on their holsters. "Sir, step away from the residence," one officer shouted, striding quickly toward us. The man turned around, almost falling as he did. The first officer intercepted him at the bottom of the steps, while a second officer approached the crashed car. I was still on the phone with 911, and the operator was asking if we were okay. "Yes," I managed to say. "The police are here now." Everything happened quickly after that. The first officer got the man in handcuffs without much resistance. He seemed too out of it to put up a fight. The second officer had gone to check the car, and I saw him motion urgently to his partner. From where we stood, I couldn't see what the officer had found in the car, but I heard him radio for backup. It wasn't until later, when they were taking our statements, that we found out. The officer had found a loaded handgun in the car, a 9mm pistol, just sitting there on the passenger seat. The reality of what almost happened hit me like a physical blow. If we had been camping in that tent, we would have been directly in the path of a car traveling over 90 miles per hour. That's what the police estimated based on the skid marks. We would have had no warning, no time to react. The officer's exact words were that we would have been instantly killed on impact. And if by some miracle any of us had survived the initial crash, we would have been confronted by a heavily intoxicated armed man who was so out of his mind he thought he was at his own house. All because Lily said her stomach hurt. I haven't let her out of my sight since. Tom spent the morning fixing the temporary fencing the emergency services helped us put up last night. The insurance adjuster is coming tomorrow to assess the damage, but all I can think about is that tent. That stupid tent that would have been our death trap. The police told us the guy was high on a combination of substances. He'd gotten lost driving home from some party, made a wrong turn, and then completely missed the stop sign at the T intersection by our house. They found more drugs in his car, along with the gun. He's facing multiple charges. I keep replaying yesterday in my head. How excited we all were about doing something different. How disappointed Lily looked when we cancelled. How, if she hadn't felt sick, a feeling that mysteriously disappeared after a good night's sleep, we would have been out there. Tom's words keep echoing in my head. We would have been little human burritos ready to be destroyed. It's morbid, but that's exactly what would have happened. We would have been wrapped up in our sleeping bags, completely vulnerable, with no idea what was coming. I don't know why Lily felt sick. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was something she ate, or maybe it was something else. Some kind of warning or premonition. I'm not usually the type to believe in that stuff, but after last night, I'm questioning everything. The tent is still out there, or what's left of it, crushed, shredded, a reminder of how close we came. I haven't slept. I can't stop thinking about the what-ifs. What if Lily hadn't felt sick? What if we'd set the tent up on the other side of the yard? What if the driver had crashed just 10 minutes earlier, when Tom was still outside arranging sleeping bags? The weirdest part is that Lily seems the least affected by all this. At breakfast, she just shrugged and said, "I knew we weren't supposed to sleep outside last night. That's why my tummy hurt." When I asked her what she meant, she just went back to eating her cereal like she hadn't said anything profound. I don't know what to make of any of this. I'm just grateful we're all okay, and I'm holding my family extra close today. If there's one thing I've learned from this whole terrifying experience, it's to pay attention when things don't feel right. Sometimes that gut feeling or stomach ache might just save your life. Story 19. I'm still not sure I should be posting this. My friends and I promised we'd never talk about what happened that weekend, but the nightmares won't stop. I need to get this out there, even anonymously, because keeping it bottled up is driving me insane. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can make sense of it, because I sure as hell can't. This happened last summer when my two best friends, I'll call them Mike and Jason, and I decided to go on a 3-day backpacking trip in the Black Pine Ridge Mountains. We're all experienced hikers. We've done plenty of overnight trips before, but none of us had been to this particular wilderness area. It's pretty remote, about 4 hours from the nearest major city, and the trailheads aren't well marked. We had to use offline maps to even find the access road. We packed all the usual gear: tents, sleeping bags, water filters, food, first aid kit, the works. The plan was to hike up to a spot near one of the alpine lakes, set up a base camp, and then explore the surrounding area during the day. The hike in was tough but beautiful. It took us nearly 2 days to reach our campsite, climbing almost 4,000 feet in elevation through dense pine forest. The first night was perfect. Seriously, picture-perfect camping. We set up our tents in a small clearing near the lake, built a fire, cooked some freeze-dried meals, and sat around drinking whiskey from our flasks while looking at more stars than you can imagine. No cell service, no other people, just wilderness. I remember feeling so at peace that night. It's almost cruel how good it was, considering what happened next. The second day, we explored the area around the lake, fished a little, caught nothing, and generally just enjoyed being away from civilization. As the afternoon wore on, we headed back to camp to start dinner before sunset. That's when things first felt off. It was around 6 in the evening when we heard rustling in a clearing about 100 yards from our campsite. Mike spotted it first, movement in the underbrush. We all immediately thought bear, because that's the logical conclusion. We're in bear country after all. "Should we grab the bear spray?" Jason asked, but none of us were particularly worried. We'd hung our food properly away from the tents, and bears usually avoid humans unless they're after food. We made some noise, clanging pots together like you're supposed to do, just to make sure whatever was out there knew we were around. The rustling stopped, and we went back to setting up for dinner. But then, about 20 minutes later, as the sun was starting to set, we heard it again, closer this time. "That's weird," Mike said, looking in the direction of the sound. "Bears don't usually approach camps like this, especially after we made noise." I remember checking to make sure our bear canister was properly sealed and hung in a tree away from camp. It was. Everything was by the book. We even did another round of making noise, shouting, "Hey bear!" and banging pots. The sound stopped again. We finished cooking dinner as darkness fell. The mood had shifted slightly. We were all a bit more alert, scanning the tree line periodically. But we were still relaxed enough to enjoy our meal and even crack a few jokes about being paranoid city folks. Then the sun completely set, and everything changed. We were sitting around the campfire when we heard the first footsteps. That's the only way I can describe them. Deliberate footsteps at the edge of the light from our fire. Slow, methodical steps that crunched on the dried pine needles and twigs. "That's definitely not a bear," Jason whispered. "Bears don't walk like that. They're either moving quickly or lumbering along, not taking careful, measured steps." I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the sound, but saw nothing. Just darkness between the trees. "Hello?" Mike called out, thinking maybe it was another hiker, although we hadn't seen anyone else for 2 days and were miles from the nearest trail junction. No response. Just another step. Crunch. Then another. Crunch. We all stood up now, grabbing our flashlights. I also picked up the bear spray, though something in my gut told me it wouldn't help with whatever was out there. "Hey!" I shouted as loud as I could. "We hear you! Who's there?" The footsteps stopped for about 30 seconds. We all stood frozen, barely breathing, our flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, but revealing nothing. Then the footsteps started again, from a completely different direction, and then another set joined in from yet another direction. "What the actual fuck?" Mike whispered, his voice tight with fear. Within minutes, the sounds had multiplied and surrounded our campsite. It sounded like at least 5 or 6 things were circling us just beyond the tree line, just out of the reach of our light. We yelled, we threw rocks into the darkness, we even tried to sound threatening. Nothing deterred them. That's when we heard the first growl, and I swear to God, I've never felt anything like it. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical sensation that started in my chest before I even consciously registered hearing it. A deep vibration that I felt in my rib cage, like standing too close to a massive speaker at a concert, but deeper, primal. And layered on top was this high-pitched overtone that reminded me of a distant train whistle. But wrong, distorted, ancient. It's impossible to really describe, but it didn't sound like anything that should exist in nature. The 3 of us froze, looking at each other with pure terror. None of us spoke. We didn't need to. The message in each other's eyes was clear. We needed to get the hell out of there. Then another growl answered the first, from the opposite side of our camp, then another and another. Different pitches, different timbres, but all with that same unnatural quality, that deep chest vibration with the eerie overtone. Without a word, we began frantically packing our essential gear. There was no discussion about staying until morning, no debate about whether it was safer to stay put or move. Pure instinct took over. We needed to run. I've never packed a tent so quickly in my life. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely roll my sleeping bag. Mike knocked over his cooking pot, sending it clattering against a rock, and all of us froze as the sound echoed through the clearing. The growls stopped. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was absolute silence except for our panicked breathing. Then a sniffing sound, like something was scenting the air, first from one direction, then quickly from all around us. Deep, powerful inhalations. "Go, go, go," Jason hissed, shoving his half-packed sleeping bag into his pack. We left half our gear behind. Food, cooking equipment, extra clothes, none of it mattered. We grabbed our packs with the absolute essentials, our flashlights, and the bear spray, and we ran. The trail down the mountain was barely visible in the darkness. We stumbled over roots and rocks, our flashlight beams bouncing wildly as we ran. No one spoke. We were entirely focused on putting distance between us and whatever was back at our camp. After about 10 minutes of frantic running and stumbling, I risked a glance back up the trail. My blood turned to ice. There were shapes moving in the darkness behind us. Not just 1 or 2, but many. Darker patches against the night, flowing between the trees like shadows with substance. And they were moving fast. "They're following us," I gasped out between breaths. Mike and Jason didn't even look back. They just ran harder. We all did. What normally would have been a 2-day hike down, we covered in just over 3 hours. 3 hours of non-stop running, sliding, and stumbling down that mountain in the dark. My legs were jelly, my lungs burned, and I had a gash on my arm from where I'd fallen against a sharp rock. But the fear kept us moving. The entire time, we could sense them behind us. sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but always there. Occasionally, we'd hear one of those growls in the distance, and it would give us another burst of desperate energy to keep going. The worst part, we never clearly saw what was chasing us, just movements in our peripheral vision, shapes that didn't quite make sense. Once, when my flashlight beams swept across the trail behind us, I caught what looked like eyes reflecting the light, but they were too high off the ground to be any normal animal, and they blinked sideways. I nearly vomited from fear right there on the trail, but there was no time to stop, no time to process. We just had to keep moving. As we descended, the forest gradually thinned, and eventually we saw lights in the distance, the RV campground at the base of the mountain. Civilization had never looked so beautiful. We burst out of the tree line and into the campground, startling an older couple sitting by their camper. We must have looked insane, wild-eyed, bloodied, soaked with sweat, gasping for breath. The woman actually screamed when she saw us. "Are you boys all right?" the man asked, standing up quickly. None of us could speak at first. We just collapsed onto the ground, gulping air, our legs finally giving out now that we'd reached safety. "Water!" Jason finally managed to croak out. The woman quickly brought us bottles of water, which we drained in seconds. When we could finally speak, we gave them some vague story about getting lost and panicking. We didn't mention what had been chasing us. How could we? We didn't even know what it was, and we'd sound completely insane if we tried to describe it. They let us use their phone to call for a ride. Mike's brother lived about an hour away, and we waited at their campsite, jumping at every noise from the forest edge. The couple clearly thought we were either on drugs or completely out of our minds, but they were kind enough to let us stay until our ride came. As we waited, I kept glancing back at the tree line. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still there, watching us, waiting. I saw nothing concrete, but occasionally the darkness between certain trees seemed deeper, more concentrated somehow. And once, just once, I heard that train whistle overtone. So faint I might have imagined it, but the hair on my arms stood straight up, and both Mike and Jason tensed at the same moment, so I know they heard it too. Mike's brother finally arrived around 3 in the morning. We thanked the couple and practically dove into his car. As we pulled away, I looked back at the mountain one last time. For a split second, I thought I saw something step partially out from behind a large pine at the edge of the campground, something tall and wrong-shaped. But it was gone so quickly I can't be certain it wasn't just shadows and exhaustion playing tricks on me. We rode in silence for a long time. Mike's brother kept asking what had happened, but none of us knew what to say. Eventually he gave up and just drove us back to the city. It's been almost a year, and we've never gone back for our abandoned gear. We've barely even spoken about what happened. When we do, it's in vague terms, that weird night, or the black pine thing. None of us can explain it or make sense of it, but here's what I know for certain. Something hunted us in those mountains, something that hunts in packs, something that's not in any wildlife guide or nature documentary, something that I believe with absolute certainty has been there for a very, very long time. The nightmares are always the same. I'm back in those woods, but I'm alone. I can hear them circling me, getting closer with each pass. That bone-vibrating growl comes from all directions at once, and just before I wake up screaming, I always get a brief glimpse of what's making those sounds. Something that walks on 2 legs, but isn't human. Something with proportions all wrong and movements too fluid. Something with eyes that reflect light in colors that don't exist in nature. I don't know what lives in the Black Pine Ridge Mountains. I don't want to know, but I'm writing this as a warning. If you're planning a trip there, don't. And if you're already there and you hear footsteps circling your camp at night, run. Don't wait until morning. Don't try to be rational, just run and pray they don't catch you. Because I can't shake the feeling that we didn't actually escape that night. We were allowed to leave, and somewhere deep in those mountains, they're waiting for us to come back. Story 20. I still get chills thinking about what happened last summer. My friends and I had been planning this trekking trip through the Carpathian Mountains for months. Me, Thomas, Elena and Misha. We're all experienced hikers, but none of our previous adventures prepared us for what we encountered up there. The Carpathians have always had this mystique about them. Towering peaks covered in ancient forests that seem to whisper secrets if you listen closely enough. When we first started planning, Eleanor kept sending us these articles about local folklore. Stories about forest spirits and mountain guardians. We all laughed it off as superstitious nonsense. I wish we had paid more attention. We were 3 days into our trek when we found what seemed like the perfect camping spot. A small clearing near a freshwater spring, sheltered by thick pine trees on one side and offering a breathtaking view of the valley below. The sun was starting to set, painting everything in this golden light that made the place look almost magical. "Guys, watch your step," Thomas called out as we were setting up camp. "Cowpats everywhere." He wasn't exaggerating. The ground was dotted with them, some fresh, some dried. It didn't really bother us. We knew locals from nearby villages let their cattle graze freely in the mountains during summer. "Probably won't see any this high up, though," Misha said, hammering in his tent peg. "They usually stay on the lower pastures." We set up our tents, Misha and I sharing one, Elena and Thomas in the other, and cooked a simple dinner before sitting around our small campfire. It was so peaceful up there. The stars were incredible, with no light pollution to dim them. We talked about continuing our trek toward the higher peaks tomorrow, maybe staying one more night before heading back down. I remember falling asleep to the sound of the wind rustling through the pines. Exhausted from the day's hike, I slept soundly until the noise woke me first. A deep, rumbling sound that I couldn't immediately identify. It was barely dawn, that grey time when everything's still shadowy. I unzipped my sleeping bag and nudged Misha. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He groaned and lifted his head. "What the hell is that?" The sound grew louder, heavy hooves on dirt, interspersed with low bellows. I crawled to our tent opening and carefully unzipped it, just enough to peek out. My blood ran cold. Our camp was completely surrounded by cows, not just a few strays, but a massive herd, at least 50 of them. They moved in this eerily synchronized way, almost like they were positioning themselves deliberately around us. "Misha," I hissed, "we've got company." He crowded next to me at the tent opening. "Holy shit," he muttered. I could see Elena's face peeking out from the other tent across our site. Her eyes were wide with confusion. That's when I saw it. Standing apart from the rest of the herd was the biggest bull I've ever seen in my life, pure white, with muscles rippling under its hide and a chest as broad as a car. It stood perfectly still, staring directly at our tent with these dark eyes that seemed intelligent. Its breath came in sharp huffs, visible in the cool morning air, nostrils flaring with each exhale. There was something profoundly wrong about the way it was watching us. Animals don't stare like that, with such focused intent. It wasn't the casual curiosity of a wild animal. It felt calculated. "What do we do?" Misha whispered. "Just stay calm," I replied, trying to convince myself as much as him. "They're just grazing. They'll move on." Eleanor's voice came in a hushed call from across the clearing. "Guys, should we try to pack up?" The bull's ears twitched at the sound of her voice. "Very slowly," I called back, keeping my voice low and even. "No sudden movements." We cautiously emerged from our tents. The cows nearest to us shifted uneasily, but didn't seem particularly aggressive. It was just the bull that concerned me. It hadn't moved an inch, just kept watching us with that unsettling stare. Tomas started carefully collapsing their tent poles while Elena gathered their belongings. Misha and I began doing the same, moving with deliberate slowness. I was rolling up my sleeping bag when I heard Elena gasp. Looking up, I saw the bull had changed its posture, ears pinned back flat against its massive head, one front hoof pawing at the ground. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. "Don't move," I said, barely above a whisper. "Nobody make any sudden—" The bull charged before I could finish. It moved with impossible speed for something so large, covering the distance to Thomas and Elena's half-collapsed tent in seconds. Elena screamed, and Thomas barely rolled away as nearly a ton of muscle and fury slammed into their tent. The sound of metal tent poles snapping was like gunshots in the quiet morning. The bull didn't stop there. It got its horns under the crumpled tent and dragged it several feet before tossing it aside like it weighed nothing. Our food pack, which had been sitting beside their tent, went flying. "Get behind the trees!" Misha yelled. We scrambled toward the pine trees at the edge of our clearing. I grabbed Elena's arm as she froze in shock, pulling her with me. The bull watched us retreat, snorting aggressively, but not charging again. For a moment, I thought we might be safe. Then Thomas made a break for his backpack, which contained our emergency radio and first aid kit. The bull's head swiveled toward him instantly, and it charged again. Thomas dove behind a boulder at the last second, and the bull slammed into it with such force that I swear I felt the ground shake. "Thomas!" Elena screamed. "I'm okay," he called back, his voice shaking. "Don't move!" The bull backed up, shaking its massive head, then turned its attention to our tent. With methodical destruction, it trampled it flat, goring the fabric and scattering our supplies. I watched helplessly as my backpack with our water purifier and GPS was tossed into the air. "This isn't normal," Misha whispered beside me. "Bulls don't just attack like this for no reason." He was right. I'd grown up in a rural area. I knew how cattle behaved. This was something else entirely. The bulls seemed to be deliberately destroying our camp, focusing on our equipment rather than trying to harm us directly, though that was small comfort as we watched our survival gear being demolished. What followed was the most terrifying standoff of my life. For what felt like hours, we were trapped. Thomas, behind his boulder, Elena, Misha, and I pressed against the tree line. The white bull positioned itself in the center of our ruined camp, with the cow herd forming a loose perimeter around the entire area. Any time one of us tried to move more than a few feet, the bull would lower its head and take a threatening step forward. It was like it was playing with us, seeing how far we'd dare to go before it charged again. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and we grew increasingly desperate. We had no water, no food, and no way to call for help with our equipment scattered and damaged. Elena was on the verge of tears, and Thomas's face had gone ashen with fear. "We need to try something," Misha finally said. "We can't just stand here forever." "Like what?" I asked, not taking my eyes off the bull. "That thing will gore us if we try to cross the clearing." "We could try to scare it off," Thomas suggested from his position behind the boulder. "Make noise, throw rocks." We tried. God, we tried everything. Shouting, clapping, banging sticks against trees. The cows shifted nervously, but the bull didn't even flinch. If anything, it seemed almost amused by our efforts, huffing what sounded disturbingly like a snort of derision. 4 hours. That's how long we waited in that standoff. The sun beating down on us, thirst making our mouths dry and our thoughts foggy. 4 hours of that white bull staring us down with intelligent malice. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the herd began to move. A few cows at first, then more, drifting away from our clearing and back into the forest. The bull watched them go, then looked back at us one final time. I'll never forget that moment. It felt like it was memorizing our faces. It turned with deliberate slowness and followed the herd, its massive white form disappearing among the trees. But every few steps it would look back over its shoulder, as if to say, "I could return at any moment." We waited a full 20 minutes after the last cow disappeared before daring to move. Our campsite was completely destroyed, tents shredded, supplies scattered across 50 yards of mountainside. We managed to recover enough to pack 2 emergency bags with whatever was still usable. "We need to get off this mountain," Elena said, her voice still shaking. "Now." No one argued. We gathered what we could and started hiking down, taking a different route than our planned one, desperate to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and whatever had just happened. We hiked until dusk, making it to a different clearing several miles away. No cow signs here. We debated whether to continue through the night, but were too exhausted and decided to risk camping again. Setting up our makeshift camp with our damaged supplies, we tried to laugh it off, make jokes about mad cow disease and the bull from hell, but the laughter had a hollow edge to it. "You know what's weird," Tomas said as we huddled around our small fire. "There was no herder, no one watching those cattle. And they don't normally graze that high up," Misha added, "especially not in such a large group." "It was just a territorial bull," I said, not believing my own words. "We probably camped in its usual spot." Eleanor had been quiet, staring into the fire. "My grandmother used to tell stories," she finally said softly, "about the spirits of the Carpathians, guardian beasts that protect the mountains from intruders." "We're not intruders," Thomas scoffed. "People hike here all the time." Elena shrugged. "Maybe we did something we shouldn't have, camped somewhere special without knowing it." I wanted to dismiss her words as superstition, but I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, so focused, so purposeful. No animal I've ever encountered has looked at me that way. None of us slept well that night. Every rustle in the underbrush had us sitting bolt upright, expecting to see that white bull emerging from the darkness. We broke camp at first light and practically ran down the mountain, not stopping until we reached the nearest village. We reported the incident to the local ranger station. The officer there listened to our story with a strange expression, somewhere between skepticism and unease. When we finished, he just nodded slowly. "The white bull," he said in heavily accented English. "You are not the first to see it." He wouldn't elaborate further, just advised us to stick to the marked trails in the future and never camp near mountain springs without asking locals first. It's been a year, and I still have nightmares about those eyes watching me. My friends and I don't talk about it much anymore. Thomas and Elena broke up a few months after our trip. Misha moved to another city for work. When we do catch up, we carefully avoid mentioning the Carpathians. I've researched bull behavior extensively since then, trying to find some rational explanation for what we experienced. Nothing fits. Normal bulls don't orchestrate herds like that. They don't systematically destroy camps while leaving people unharmed. They don't stare at you like they're reading your thoughts. Sometimes I think about going back, just to prove to myself that it was just an animal, nothing more. But every time I consider it, I remember that final look the bull gave us as it walked away. And I know with absolute certainty that if I ever return to that mountain, it will be waiting for me.